Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
More information than I needed.
Oh, Yvonne, you are a card. Morning, everybody. Welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's wonderful to have your company on the final day of Festival of Quilts. It's been an amazing week. If you've been visiting this week, I know you'll have had the most incredible time. If you're visiting today or this afternoon, I'm going to be there this afternoon. Yvonne, you're going to be there this afternoon.
Yes.
We're both going to be there. You know, John's there today. We're all going to have a wonderful time. But if you haven't managed to make it, don't worry, because we've brought lots of the festival to you here on air. So we've got a great morning ahead. But let's start, as always, with our early bird. Where are them?
Where are those birds?
I can hear them, Yvonne.
Can you hear those
I
birds?
can't see the birds. I can't see the birds.
Low flying. They must be low flying
There
today.
they are. There they are. Shy birds. Shy birds. It's going to be like that. Our early bird today is from Ruby Star Society, and it is a design roll lucky dip bag. So hello. Now we love our Moda scrap bags. This is Ruby Star Society's version of that. Now normal price is $19.99. It is a stash expansion pack. It is $17.99 today. It is absolutely packed full of fabrics from Ruby Star Society. Now what I rather love about this is with the Moda you get kind of generally you get about 2 inches, 2 1/4 inch. They're not quite jelly roll strips, or they can be sort of bits of. This Ruby Star Society is actually, check this out. I'm gonna let me pull one out so that you can have a little look at this. I thought you'd like this. Look. So what you're actually getting is, it's probably about 4.5 inches wide, something like that.
Maybe 5 if you can
Yeah.
use that selvage.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I
pretty
think that selvage is gorgeous,
Yeah,
isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. So this is the sort of, really wide piece of fabric that you're getting. Absolutely delicious colours there. That beautiful sort of inky cobalt blue in the background, and then those vibrant pinks and oranges, that gorgeous gold in there. And yeah, I mean, you know, I know we normally cut the selvage off, but that is such a beautiful bit of selvage.
It is.
Didn't think I'd be saying that this morning, Yvonne.
Well, I'm glad you got your right teeth in.
What a beautiful bit of selvage that is.
Absolutely.
Anyway, how are you?
I'm pretty good, thank you.
Lovely to have you with me right at the start of the day.
Yes, it's so early. But you know, it's nice. It's a Sunday morning, so this is a nice way to start the day.
Are you normally an early riser?
No. Well, yeah, actually, this is. I'm usually up about 7, 7:30, but whenever I have to come here, it's a bit earlier, and I actually have to feel as though I'm presentable by the time I get here.
Well, that's the awkward thing, isn't it? Yeah,
it's not just a lot of effort.
Well, you look fab. I love your waistcoat.
Well, this is the brand new one. This is a sneak peek of what's for Belfast show.
Brilliant.
Obviously. But equally, look, don't I coordinate with my quilts?
You do, and I also put this shirt on to coordinate with blueberries and cream, you know, so I did my best.
Well, you got the memo, obviously.
Have a look at that. That is a gorgeous piece of fabric, isn't it? I think that is beautiful. Love those oranges, already proving very, very popular. You get loads of fabric, some really stunning, some gorgeous feature fabrics. They're all sort of half widths. They're all about 21 inches in length, but about double the width of your usual strips that you're going to get in something like the Moda scrap bag. Now, it isn't all those really big prints. This is rather lovely. They all look to be from the same range of fabric. That is gorgeous. Do love greens.
These are the pieces that they have left once they've cut their layer cakes out.
I'm imagining that,
So you will get them range-wise, you know, so they generally do coordinate. Whenever I've seen these in the past, they coordinate quite well.
And I think that these would mix really well with maybe some batiks, some solids.
Some grunge.
Grunge would be really nice.
Would really work there,
yeah,
wouldn't it?
that is a good idea. This is a pretty one. Love that. So many lovely fabrics in here. I'm going to keep showing them, but I've also got some messages to read out. Now, I want to speak to Hel, first of all. Hel Louise, who says, "Morning, Stuart. Very unwell with COVID in my sick bed. Hoping Sewing Street will take my mind off it. Happy seeing you on my TV this morning." Hel, I'm giving you a great big kiss, virtual hug, and I hope you get better soon.
Oh, yes.
One on my bottom, too. Yvonne, one on my bottom. Good morning, Stuart and Yvonne. Happy Sunday to you all. Lots of kisses.
Absolutely, that's what we want to see
more.
in here.
I want more. Good morning, Yvonne and Stuart. Looking handsome as ever, Stuart. Oh, thank you. Even with the specs. Looking forward to a morning full of fabulous offers. Julia from Edinburgh. We've got so many lovely things, so many gorgeous things from Village Fabrics today. One more. Hi, Stuart. Please, can you wish my wife Donna good luck as she's starting beginner quilting classes in Great Torrington this week? Thanks, John. Now, Donna, I think that's absolutely wonderful. What a brilliant way to start your week with beginner quilting classes.
Yeah, it's such a lovely, welcoming community. That's going to be, she's never going to look back.
No, you have a fabulous time. Just be warned, it's very addictive, and once we've got you, we don't let go.
Not at all.
Gorgeous fabrics here, absolutely beautiful, beautiful fabrics here in this expansion, stash expansion bag. I love that. I'm here to expand my stash, Yvonne.
I don't know where people come up with the words.
I know.
Sometimes less words are better.
Gorgeous bundle. Saw you and John at the festival yesterday. Was too shy to say hello. Oh, bless you, Kerry. My patch was on the Benina COVID commemorative quilt, so a very special day for us. That is wonderful. You must have been so proud to see that as well. Well, I'm sending you a big kiss now. Must just show you this. That is lovely, nice. Like that. Isn't that? That is gorgeous. I'd be using that maybe on a bag.
Straps.
Nice on the top of a, straps on a bag would be lovely.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah. Absolutely delicious. Loads of fabric there, all bound up Very giftable too. Great buy that for $17.99. Now, we need to do the menu and see what's coming up for the rest of the day, don't we? Let's do that. So 8 a.m. I'm feeling a little bit sniffly here. It's the final block of the month from Village Fabrics. But it's a good one. At 9 a.m. we've got William Morris Fabrics. These are delicious. At 10, Yvonne McAtamney is back with the Harvest Cornfield wall hanging. But there is so much more in that show. We've got fabric Christmas crackers with gorgeous embroidery. We've got hanging star decorations. We've got the amazing quilt that's behind me. Can we just check this out for a second? Hello. I mean, absolutely glorious. Amazing. You won't believe the price of it. We are absolutely bowled over by the incredible value. But I mean, what a beautiful quilt. Beautiful quilt. So that's coming up at 10, and then at 11 o'clock we've got a whole host of quilt kits from Fassett. Now these are quilt kits from his brand new book, which just launched on Thursday at Festival of Quilts and here on Sewing Street as well. Quilts in Wales. We've got 6 different quilt kits from his book, brand new book, which is absolutely gorgeous. And then at 12 o'clock, we're finishing up the morning with some fabulous fabrics and some terrific tools. We've got loads of great tools from Hemline Gold. We've also got some essential tools from June Taylor as well. So make sure you stay tuned for that. Now, Kath's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart and Yvonne. I had a wonderful day at Festival of Quilts on Thursday, but didn't get to say hello to you, Stuart, as there were always crowds around your stand. Oh, I'm sorry. Just push your way through next time. It's what I do. Elbows. That's what they're for. Oh, bless you. Well, sending you love this morning. So many of you getting in touch. Morag's got in touch to say, morning, gorgeous, from sunny Dumfries.
I'm going to be there a week Monday.
Seriously?
Seriously.
What are you doing there?
I'm travelling, and Northern Ireland is too far away without a stop. So I drive up to Dumfries, stay there for the night before I take the ferry across.
Very nice, very sensible.
Nice place.
Morag also says, good morning, gorgeous. Only on for a wee while. First aiding, raffle selling, jack of all trades, master of none, in the middle of a very muddy field. But the sun is shining. Well, that's a good thing with the internet, of course, isn't it? You can watch Sewing Street wherever you are, even if that is the middle of a muddy field.
Muddy puddles. Muddy puddles.
Love it. Now then, let's get as far away from a muddy field as we can, and let's talk blackberries and cream. Blackberries and cream first, or blueberries? Let's do blackberries and cream first. So, Yvonne, you've spent the last 7 months guiding us through your beautiful quilt.
We have.
This is the last instalment. And this, if you like, is the finishing kit, isn't it?
It is.
It's the borders.
It is it's frame, borders and the binding.
Now, would you just show us on the quilt hanging behind you what you get?
I can. It's just going to confuse people because let's do the blue. This is the blue one that's hanging up.
I just meant like this section.
Can do that.
This section.
I can do that.
Yeah.
So once you have popped all your blocks together, which we'll talk about in a few moments, you then put a narrow frame around. We always find that a little bit of separation between the blocks and the border makes both stand out more clearly. Then we go to a cream. Then we have 6 different blues that are represented in the main body of the quilt. And then we go to a second different cream. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces to go round your block assembly, and as always we do include the binding in the kit, and that is sufficient for a double quilter's binding.
Perfect. So that's what we're getting in the finishing kit.
All of that
for month 7. Fabulous. So this is what's going to bring everything together, frame your masterpiece. You can then layer it, quilt it, and then you've also got the binding included for $34.99. Now, details on screen at the moment are for blackberries and cream, and that is the version which is all those gorgeous pinks and purples. This is just lovely, isn't it? It's such gorgeous, juicy colours, vibrant colours against that beautiful crisp cream background. Love that. Now, Yvonne, you've got that quilt top here, haven't you? Can we hold it up and show everyone?
I think that would be a good idea. Now, I think you want to have that corner, or do I want to have that corner? I want to have that.
You want that corner.
You have that
I
corner.
want that corner.
And this is the result of what you've seen me making for the last 6 months. And you can see that the principle is exactly the same. This time we have, it's actually a batik fabric that creates the frame. Then cream number 1, then 6 different fabrics that are used in the main body of the quilt. They are the mediums or darks because they just set the border better.
Yeah.
And then we have the second cream, and well, I'm sorry, but it's not quilted yet. But you know, there are only so many
You've
hours
done a lot
in
of
the
work
day.
in that. Yeah, beautiful.
But we are just so pleased at how this has come together.
It's absolutely beautiful,
splashes
Yvonne.
of colour throughout.
And I love the floral fabric that you've included in this. It's really pretty.
That just keeps it fresh. I think sometimes the purples can get a little bit muddy.
Yeah, I get that.
But whenever you freshen it up with that kind of these pinky tones that go through, I'm really delighted with this.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And of course, I mean, this isn't quilted yet, so it isn't bound, but you do get the binding.
You do.
And the binding with the blackberries and cream, what colour do you get for the binding?
This one.
Oh, lovely.
I've just set those in my little part of the world here, but we're sticking with a darkish purple. Do you want to hold that up on your edge, maybe on that top corner?
Yeah, if I just...
yeah. Not enough hands this morning.
I know, I could do with a third hand. But you can see there a little bit, can't you, how that will look if I just... Yeah, really gorgeous, nice strong frame for your quilt. And of course that, you know, it's used in fine art as well, isn't it? You know, a painting looks beautiful, but you put it in a really beautiful frame and it becomes magnificent.
Yes, you have a frame, you have a mount, you have an outer frame.
Exactly right.
And I always consider a binding to be the full stop.
Yeah,
it's where your eye comes to a stop and directs you back in. So,
it's absolutely gorgeous, Yvonne. It really is beautiful, and something that I think for the vast majority of us, if not all of us, we would only do as a block of the month, something we can sort of chip away at.
Well, I've spoken to a number of customers who have, for one reason or another, there's been an oopsie moment and they've been on the telephone to me at the shop. And they have been so complimentary. Recently I've said, oh, we're starting to design another one. And she said to me, well, you're going to have to be very good to beat this one, dear.
There is always that pressure.
And I thought, no pressure then. But we are working on it. But really very, very pleased with the outcome of both of these. And of course, the number of people who have been buying them. So it's just really wonderful.
Well, we get wonderful feedback from you. We know you're loving the blackberries and cream, blueberries and cream block of the month. This is the final month that we've got on screen now. It's $34.99, and that's your finishing kit. So with that, you're going to get your first frame, that darker fabric, to kind of contain all of your blocks and to really set them off. It's almost like that first mount. You're getting cream number 1. You're getting all your fabrics for piecing, that beautiful patchwork border, and then you're getting your second cream, and then you also get your binding fabric as well. But that's fantastic value, and it also brings everything together. Now then, we've also got, of course, the blueberries in cream, which is the one that's hanging behind you, Yvonne. Everybody loves blue and white. It's such a classic combination.
Yeah, we kind of got the memo, didn't we?
We did. We did.
It's classic. It goes in most bedrooms, and I'm afraid I'm old enough to remember whenever you went for an interview, you had your navy suit and white blouse. and it stands the test of time, this particular colourway. And we have such a range of blues in here, but they all tone together again.
Yeah, I think for people who struggle with scrappy and struggle with random.
Please don't. I shall have a nervous turn.
Yeah, this is a much more acceptable step into that, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that if you are afraid of colours, then really if you choose a colour and use tones of that colour, then they will coordinate. You will get a good result from it. Yeah. And it allows you to just step out of your comfort zone a
That's
little
right.
bit.
It still has that lovely scrappy look, but it's controlled, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah, beautiful. Everything just blends together beautifully. Such a pretty project. Now, just to show you exactly what you're getting in your finishing pack for the blueberries and cream, Yvonne, would you talk us through what you're getting there?
So we have this dark blue, does have a little pattern on it, but this is your frame. Then you're going to a cream, and this particular cream has gotten, I think, a little dot on it. Stuart, could you just turn your pack over?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
little
creams,
dot.
One has a little dot, and does the other have a scroll pattern on it?
I think so.
Yeah, there's a scroll pattern and there's a little dot. The two big bits of cream are at the back of the pack. And then you have your 6 medium tone blues, and this then is just a solid navy on the end. So it really bookends that border, because this is quite dark but has a little pattern. Then you've got the solid, and this is the unit that you are going to be making. So there is lots of cutting to do, but then just straight line stitching from there on.
And I love the fact as well that the border's still got some piecing in it. It's
Yes.
not all just plain borders. I love that bit of patchwork. It really reflects what's going on in the centre of the quilt.
It does, because I think these are sort of 2.5 inch units across the piece here. So if we had just slapped, in the best possible taste, a 6-inch piece of fabric around the edge, it would have looked
clunky.
Yeah, exactly. It would have looked, oh, they've just slapped a bit of fabric on, and that's wasn't pleasing. So these again are, they're not quite 2 inches, but they're that kind of breakdown across that that border.
Yeah, it's all in proportion, isn't it? And also that piece border reflects the piecing that you've done in the quilt. Really, really lovely, and a beautiful, perfect way to finish your quilt. Love it.
Yeah. I'm quite sad to see it finish, but then on the other hand, yes, you know, I'm glad that we've come through it all, and it's now.
Well, we've got to crack on, Yvonne, because you're designing a new one for us, aren't you, for next year?
Yes,
so you know.
It has moved from the back of an envelope onto some graph paper.
Oh, I'm glad to see I'm not the only one that just scrawls things on a tablecloth.
Yes, I don't quite do that. Do you get asked not to come back to restaurants?
Yes, I do. Yeah. Not just for that reason, Yvonne. For many, many reasons I can't go into on television.
Well, we're looking to do some piecing and some applique together.
Lovely.
But we thought we might move on and put some blocks on point.
Lovely.
So we would have some setting triangles, just as a little development on skill levels.
Sounds good to me. Now then, I wanted to just go through. We've got some previous months still available. Now, we don't have month 1 available for either blackberries or blueberries and cream, but we do have from months 2 to 6 available. So let me just go through them first. Should we start with blackberries and cream? Let's do that. So month 2, I'll show you here, is available. You're going to make some chain blocks. There are chain blocks in every month, each part. You've got stars, you've got this gorgeous whirligig pinwheel. You've also got this beautiful floral wreath. Yeah. Absolutely classic blocks, classic appliques. You've got month 3.
Which has those beautiful florals.
Yeah, love those florals.
That's in the beginning fabrics of Jason Yenter.
Oh, we love
fabric.
Jason Yenter.
Yeah.
We love Jason Yenter. So you've got those stars, you've got floral applique, and then again you've got a different kind of chain block there. And they all join up together. I mean, I love a chain block, Yvonne.
Well, it gives you that secondary pattern going on, doesn't it?
And it kind of links everything up.
And you have, I call them puss in the corner blocks.
Yes, me too.
So you can see that we have some puss in the corner blocks that have just the solid square in the middle, and some of them have a 4 patch in the middle. So again, that's adding to the pattern differentiation that you get coming down through, yeah?
Yeah, it's lovely. Now then, moving on to month 4 of Blackberries and Cream. This is pretty. You've got the little, very romantic applique there with little hearts and swallows.
Yeah. This has always been your favourite block, this one. Each time
I think so, I love it.
You mention this one.
Yeah, I love the movement in it.
Yes.
It's got lovely movement
You
in
get
it.
a circle without curves.
Right.
If you see
Yes.
what I mean, without having to do a bias strip in that one.
And for anyone who hasn't seen previous months but wants to get involved, Yvonne, the applique on your block of the month, how do we do that?
It's bonded on,
Yeah.
and in our instance, we have bonded it on and then gone round with a blanket stitch on our sewing machines.
Great.
Not everyone has that facility. So you could go round by hand, you could use a zigzag stitch, you could use a satin stitch, which again would give you a different finish, but then that's unique to you.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's some really lovely hand embroidery on this quilt too.
Yes.
Now then, month 5 features puss in the corner blocks, some 2 different kinds of star blocks, and again this lovely applique which has this really pretty embroidery on it too. Nice message from Teresa for you, Yvonne. Morning, Stuart and Yvonne. I absolutely love your waistcoat, Yvonne. The colours are brilliant.
Thank you, thank you. And I haven't even turned round.
Well, I know. Wait till you see the back. Go on, Yvonne. Give us a twirl. Look at
Oh,
that.
look, even Ben was impressed.
He was. He was hearing from the gallery.
Yeah. So yeah, this, just a bit of a rainbow, something nice and bright. And
Beautiful. I love it. And then month 6. Still available too, $33.99, and you get all the fabrics in there for your backgrounds, all of your feature fabrics. You just need to add some bondaweb and thread. Gorgeous. So that's all of the Blackberries and Cream, and of course don't forget you'll need month number 7, which is your finishing kit. And then if we move on to Blueberries and Cream, this is that classic combination of those beautiful blues, kind of china blue and cobalt, navies, sky blue. Really lovely combination of fabrics here. So we'll start with month 2. Remember, month 1 not available anymore. Little appliques. Nice. Well, what I think is nice, Yvonne, with this quilt, there's a range of piecing, isn't there? But none of it is really complex piecing.
no, we start you out in the first 1, 2, 3 months with relatively easy triangular piecing. The stars are saw-tooth star and an 8-pointed star, but that 8-pointed star is half square triangles.
Yeah.
So that makes it quite easy. I've got to say that the one that struck fear into my heart for doing on the television was this one, but it actually turned out quite easy.
We did that together, I remember, and it was beautiful.
Yeah, because a little bit of spray starch before you cut your triangles and just build it up slowly, bit by bit, measuring as you go, because if that center square isn't the right size, then it's not going to fit the outer section. So this piece had to be right before you then progressed on. So And I was very pleased that it came together very well on the.
It sounds like a little bit surprised.
Well, just a little bit, because this is. I'm not used to sewing standing up. It's not my sewing machine. You know, just lots of little things, and you just take your time.
Exactly. And if you don't like the result, you unpick. You have another go.
Yes.
Good. This is month 3 that I've got now. Coming up. Love that swirling movement in the floral applique there.
Yeah.
And I love, Yvonne, I love the combination of piecing and applique. I just think the applique, the curves, the grace complements the geometry of the piecing. And
they are the lights against the dance of the stars.
Now we're going to talk about layout in a minute and how you might lay out your blocks, but I'll just quickly whiz through the last few months. This is month 4 that I've got in my hands now. This features that favourite swallow and hearts block. I think it's because I'm an old romantic, Yvonne, at heart.
It must be.
You know?
Must be. Because I think possibly my favourite is the one that we've just gone through. I love the movement in those leaves. It's though they're swirling in the breeze.
It is gorgeous. And then, of course, all your fabrics in there, your backgrounds, your applique backgrounds, your feature fabrics. Month 5. Details are on screen now. Hilary says, morning all, lovely surprise seeing you this morning, Stuart. Thought you were still at festival. Well, I am at festival. I'm in 2 places at once. Charlie is currently being me at Festival of Quilts for the morning while I'm here, and then Yvonne and I are hot-footing it over to the NEC, aren't we?
Yes, I'll be there before you,
here.
because you've got to stay for an extra hour, don't you?
No, I'm just going to run out of the building.
And leave the production
I remembered what you said about elbows, Yvonne, so watch out. That's month number 5. And then month number 6. And can you see on this one, I don't know if you can get close enough, I just love the extra dimension, Yvonne, that you've added to this block with this embroidery. It's only a small thing, but doesn't it make it
Would you be better actually looking
elegant?
at the real thing?
Yeah, we'll look at the real thing in a sec, but I think that's lovely. You found it there for us, haven't you?
Yeah.
And there's just that extra elegance.
Yeah, and there's just some little French knots. Yeah, and
it's really gorgeous.
Detail. It's all about the detail.
And it sort of elongates those corners as well and those points, and just makes them look really crisp. It's a really beautiful piece of work, this, and something you can really enjoy making over a period of months. And even if you've only just got involved, you can spend the next 6 or 7 months creating your quilt, or the next 2 years. You don't have to do everything each month, do you?
You know, I know some ladies have bought all of these, and they have them all stacked up and won't start until they've gotten all of them. Yeah.
I get that. Now, Yvonne, can I ask you about layout? Because I don't know if I've noticed this right or not, but is the layout different between the blueberries and the blackberries?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
We did try to keep things simple, but it wasn't to be. So on the blueberries and cream, in both pack number 7s, in month number 7, you will have a full-size coloured picture. You will have a black and white layout diagram, and you will also have the layout diagram with little words in each of the blocks, so that it tells you this is the applique layered flower from month 6. This is the puss in the corner from month 3. Applique circle and birds, etc., etc. So you go across by row and then down by column. And the one that you're looking at currently, this is the layout for the blueberries and cream. And this is our interpretation of how we put it together. You don't have to do it like this. If you want to do something different, you can easily swap some of the star blocks around. what we would say is that we do think that the applique looks better around the outside. Now, if that's not to your taste, try putting all the applique in the centre and putting the star blocks around the outside. But I think there needs to be one or the other. Using the puss in the corners as spacers between the more complicated blocks.
They need to go where you've put them, don't they, for sure, to create that lovely sort of chain effect.
I think so. It creates some secondary patterns going through there for you. But, you know, make them all up, lay them out on the bed, stand on a chair, take a picture and look and see if you're happy with the balance of how you have laid it out. Because that's basically what we do at the shop set. We have some big tables, but yeah, you'll find us up little step ladders and and sometimes it can take Linda and myself a good hour of just saying, but I don't think that one looks right there.
Absolutely.
But where are we going to put it? And it's important that having spent the time in creating each of the blocks, you are then presenting them in the best way.
I agree. You know, I'm a big fan of walking away, having a cup of tea or a coffee maybe, and then coming back. Because I don't know, there's something about leaving the room and coming back in.
There is.
You suddenly see it, don't you?
Or even coming in through a different door into the room. And you're seeing it at a different angle.
Yes.
Everything about patchwork needs to be considered, not rushed at. I think that's part of the mindfulness of the whole thing, is you need it all to settle down where you're happy with it. So I've had a quick chat about the blueberries and cream here, Then the same information is in blackberries and cream. You have the coloured picture, you have the black and white layout, and again you then have the words. Now the words are the important bit, I find, for these, because I hope that as you've made each month's blocks, you've kind of tucked them back into a bag together so that you know which fabrics go in which month.
Yes.
Otherwise it becomes a little confusing. So as you work your way through, you only have 3 fabrics in each month, so you can retrieve each of the blocks into the one package. And I would do that, I would keep them all together, then I would start to lay them out, and I would be able to get to each of the star blocks. The variable star, for example, is here in there. We've had to move some of the stars around because we just found there was too much, the wrong colours, wrong shades of purple were up against each other. And they just didn't look as nice as they could do. So the 2 sets of diagrams here with words are different. So I do know that some ladies are actually making both colourways.
Oh, lovely, yeah.
So do one at a time. And there's a lovely story that mother and daughter are doing that, are each doing one. Well, I don't remember which way round. One's doing the blue one, one's doing the purple one.
Gorgeous.
So and they were doing it together each month.
That's really nice.
This is all about, you know, the togetherness of
and if you're
patchworking
geographically apart, you can send pictures to each other, aren't you? Show me your applique, I'll show you my variable star.
Oh, absolutely. And so take time to read through the instructions and study these diagrams. I would be wanting to put the words beside the picture. And then I would have these 2 pieces of information as I was assembling.
But also, as you said, you can also lay your blocks out in a way that suits you, maybe that's completely different to Yvonne's, and that's cool too.
Absolutely. but perhaps you start here.
Yeah, absolutely.
To just so that you're not starting with a blank page.
Agreed.
There's nothing worse than a blank page.
Lovely message for you from our very own Becky Alexander Frost, who says, "Morning, Stuart and Yvonne. I'm getting ready for Festival of Quilts." Becky's going to be in the Sewing Street Lounge actually around lunchtime, I think. But can I say I'm loving the blue quilt behind Yvonne.
Well, thank you.
Very beautiful.
Thank you so much.
Beautiful.
And I hope I'll catch up with you later on.
Absolutely, both of us.
Isn't this just awful? I had some important thing in my head and it has completely gone.
It'll come back.
There we go.
2 a.m.
No, it's okay. It's
back.
flown back in like one of those low-flying birds of earlier. I've also had little whispered words from customers saying, my blocks are turning out a bit smaller than they should do. Well, the applique blocks, the background piece that we give you is always bigger than you need. All of your applique blocks, once you have finished stitching them, need to be trimmed back. So start by doing that nice and accurately. Some of the variables, some of the star blocks, some of them are quite, there's a few pieces in them. Have a measure up as you go along. If you're really stuck, then you can probably do a little insert around. You probably have some little bits of fabric left from each of the months, and I think if you have true problems and your blocks are not going to fit, then it's time to insert either a little cream bit around the edge to create a little border around it. It does depend how far off any of the blocks are. Equally, I'm not a fan of steam irons whenever I'm patchworking, unless I need to change the size of the block.
Right.
Then a little bit of steam and judicious pressing, and you can probably gain ½ an inch across a block. So give that a try. If everything is too small, then if it's consistent, you're okay. Then you might need to think about looking at the size of the applique blocks, because that is the one thing that we are actually telling you to cut to the 8.5, and hopefully you are achieving that 8.5 inch square. So you might need to look at trimming those down a little bit, but measure things up, mark them up with a Frixion pen, something, before you cut. Lay out, see where your issues are. Perhaps you need to move some of your blocks perhaps to an outside edge where it's a little more forgiving. Beyond that, press and press and repress. And if, final, take it out and make the block again.
Yes. I
If
mean, you're
it
saying
really
about the
bothers you.
pressing, and you can get a little bit of manipulation there, can't you?
You can.
And certainly I have done in the past. You can treat patchwork a little bit like knitting and crochet, where you can, especially if you've got something like the cut and press, you can block it. If you've got a gridded board, a bit like this kind of thing, the blocker, where if you need it to be 8.5 inches, you can actually use the grid lines, give it a really good steam, pin it out to the correct size or as near to as possible, and then let it dry in that position, you know, and it will stay there, won't it?
It will, but I'm sure they're all going to be fine.
Of course they are. Of course they are.
Absolutely.
That's the intention, isn't it?
If you have questions, you know where I am. Our contact details are in each of the pack, and we'll see what we can do to help or provide extra bits of fabric if necessary,
Super.
Then your leftover pieces that we ask that you have held on to each piece, any extras a month on month.
Okay.
And you just need to use a little bit for corner squares. There's actually a cornerstone in each of the corners of the borders. Yeah. So we've used a dark for those corners. That one's sort of like little seeds. This one is more like little raspberry seeds. Over here it's a marbled, and up there it's got some little swirly bits, but those are dark cornerstones that we have. And so up here it's a swirly scroll, yeah? And that's a dark as opposed to these being mediums. Bottom corner.
So those are bits you've kept back from previous months, gotcha.
Because
you've
they're
only got
2.5 inch squares.
Yeah.
You know? So, and those are darks because in the border pack, the month 7 that we have, you have a mixture of mediums to darks, but you really need a dark
Nice
in the corner.
dark, yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And also I love that because, you know, no piece is wasted.
No piece is wasted, and it's your choice.
Yeah, perfect.
So, you know, we expect each of these to be unique. We know that everyone will have done something, well, I hope everyone has done something a little bit different. A really good design, both Linda and I think this, a really good design, you keep seeing something new, and it is a stepping stone for people to put a bit of themselves into it.
Totally agree. Now, can I pick your brains, Yvonne?
You'll have to find it first this morning, Stuart, but yes, go on.
Well, I apologise in advance then for my next question. But so often we get to finish the quilt top and then it's, how am I going to quilt this? Now I know that you have long arm quilted this version, which looks absolutely beautiful, so that's an option. But any other tips, ideas or pointers for how we might quilt otherwise?
Well, something quite radical would be once you had assembled the block, well, I would not put the borders on, and I would split this section into 2 or 3 pieces, and I would quilt as you go. That would allow you to hand quilt it, and think of how much fun it would be to outline some of those nice applique sections. So, and for some people, machine quilting is, it's hard on the shoulders if you're doing it on a domestic sewing machine. So you could, we've got 7 rows, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you could split at 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you could, because there are straight lines, there we go, if I could get my eye in. And you could just assemble that piece and
don't you have to have sashing when you assemble it?
Not necessarily.
Oh, okay, there's methods to join without that.
There are methods to join without. Yeah.
We might have to get you back doing that, Yvonne. That sounds rather intriguing.
On another day. Later in the day.
Yeah. But I'm thinking that would be really, really interesting.
Yeah. There are different ways of doing things,
I like that.
which allow you to get detailed hand quilting in without having a massive piece.
Yeah,
you would then have to quilt as you go with the border separately and add those on, but this frame would allow you for that to act as a joining strip for around the outside.
I get that.
And you would just have to make one join across the centre piece that you can do seamlessly, without a joining strip. That would possibly be my favourite approach because I do love my hand stitching.
Yeah, and really nice around applique as well, isn't it? Just to outline quilt either the whole thing or just around each piece. Or just
the birds perhaps in that block.
Lovely.
Otherwise, if you are going to machine it at home, then the first thing I'd do would be to stitch in the ditch around each of the blocks. That would stabilise the quilt. Once you would have it stabilised, then you could do different patterns in different blocks.
And can I ask a question about that?
Oh, I don't know. You had one question.
I know, I'm really quizzing you, aren't I? But I'm sort of acting as, you know, maybe the viewer at home who's thinking, but what about...
Please send your
I'm a
questions
terror.
in.
You'll ask for John next time. But I'm just thinking, like, for example, because of how cleverly you've put the block together with these Puss in the Corner, like this star block, really it kind of extends out into here. So if you were stitching in the ditch, would you go around the star block or would you go actually out into the Puss in the Corner?
That is an option.
Yeah.
I would probably stitch in the ditch around each individual block.
As you made it.
So I would be creating a regular grid.
Understood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you go back in and you can create a different shape by perhaps going round the outside of that star and letting the colour do the rest of the work for the different shapes in that block.
Yeah. I think as well, it's a beautiful big quilt, but it's not massive.
No.
So if you wanted to outline quilt and you were turning the quilt, it isn't a huge quilt to move, is it?
No, it's 68 inches square when it's finished. Yeah. And as long as you get it, well, as always, whenever you layer a quilt up, you have to do it well.
Yeah, you do.
It's all about the preparation.
Yeah.
If you are going to put it through a standard sewing machine, you need to have those 3 layers acting as one textile as you maneuver it, and as you make that big sausage up to throw over your shoulder and put on the ironing board and all this stuff.
And are you a pinner? Are you a hand baster? Are you a spray baster?
I'm a hand baster.
Yeah.
Nothing beats it.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing. I don't like the tackiness of the spray approach because you're still not getting it flat, and you have and those little tacky things. The number of people have said, "Yeah, I nipped it as I was cutting it out." And
right. Yeah.
Or it's attached to my carpet because I've sent them through.
In an ideal world, would you hand stitch everything? It sounds like you love hand piecing, hand quilting.
No, I don't want to hand stitch straight lines.
Okay.
I enjoy doing curves. I enjoy enhancing with hand stitching. But no, I'm not going to sit and hand stitch borders on. I'm not going to stitch little lines like that. But horses for courses.
Yeah.
Give yourself the canvas.
Yeah.
Then play.
Yeah.
And the play is, for me, is the hand stitching.
Great advice. Now, we do have some backing fabrics and some quilt batting that you might be interested in getting today to finish your beautiful block of the month from Village Fabrics. Now, we've got 3 different options that could work for either blueberries and cream or blackberries and cream. Well, we've one option I think in particular works very, very well for blueberries and cream. Yes. So why don't we start there with UG57. This would work really nicely, wouldn't it?
I think so.
Yeah.
It would go with the navy binding. You know, the one fabric that you see front and back is the binding.
Yes. Yes, you do. And I think this is a Jerry Robinson design for Riley Blake. Okay. Really lovely. So this is 108 inches wide, so wider than you need, but actually really nice quality fabric. Really high thread count, beautiful and soft, 100% cotton of course. And to back Yvonne's beautiful quilt, you'll need 2 meters of this. So that would be 4 units. And then no piecing the backing together. You can just cut out the backing. When you're layering your quilts, how much bigger do you have your backing?
About 4 inches all round.
On all sides, yeah.
Yeah.
Just give you something to hang on to.
It depends on the size of the piece, and obviously if it's been long armed, then you probably want even more than that if someone is long arming it for you.
Yeah, so that's the blue Jerry Robinson version. Now we've got 2 other options. Now this next one I think would work really nicely for either option.
I think so, yeah, I think so.
This is XI73. Now this is also Jerry Robinson, and this is a lovely warm cream background and then a tan floral sprig. I'll just show you that a little bit more closely. Same thing, 108 inches wide, so you'll need 4 units, but that just has a lovely, gentle pattern to it. The colours work really, really well too. Nice and warm. I think this would work particularly well with blackberries and cream because of the warm tones of the pinks.
I think so. Shall I slide this
That would be
towards
good.
you?
Yes, please. Thank you.
And then you can, because we're making samples up, we have simply used calico on the back of these, which of course allows you to see the wonderful quilting that's going on. So depending on whether you want your quilting to be seen or not, really depends on what you want to put on the back.
Well, that's right. That's absolutely right. That looks good. I love that.
Yeah.
Just brings out the warmth in the pinks and the purples. Okay, that's that option. And then our third option is, to me, it's reminiscent. It's not, but it's reminiscent of fossil ferns.
Oh gosh, I remember Benartex.
Yeah,
oh,
that takes us back.
Doesn't it? That ages us. But they're such wonderful fabrics. They were so useful.
Yeah, they really
so
were.
Useful.
And they were sort of, I don't know, they were a bit sort of modern, they were a bit different, weren't they? They blended
they were
with all sorts.
Biological, weren't
They
they?
were,
With those
they were.
sort of circles, like they were like bubbles, but they could be underwater or they could be, oh yeah, I've still got a few pieces at home.
I think I have as well, tucked away in my stash. We'll have to compare stashes one day.
Oh, I've got a whole shop. I win.
Yeah, you do. You really do. So that's a third option, which has a very sort of warm, golden mottle to it. Or it might just be something you want to pop in your stash. $11.99 is a great price, isn't it? For 108 inch wide, extra wide backing fabric. Now then, let's move on to quilt batting. Now, when you choose a batting for your quilts, do you typically go for the same batting for most things, or do you chop and change?
I do tend to. I depending on what I want the quilt for. If I want the quilt to actually drape, then I will probably use 100% cotton.
Yeah.
If I want to be doing a wall hanging, or I want something to be particularly flat, then the cotton and polyester mix I think is better.
Yeah.
Again, consider how you're going to quilt. Are you quilting by hand or are you quilting on the machine?
Yeah.
The wadding that you have in front of you, that's the Hobbs Heirloom.
It is.
80% cotton, 20% polyester. I use it a lot.
Me too.
And it's very flat. It stays where you put it.
Yeah.
And it's very, very flat. It doesn't drape as well as some other waddings do. And you do always have to consider where the quilt's going, who it's going to.
But if this is going to be a wall hanging, that would be great.
Yeah, and this really is going to sit on the top of a double bed.
Yes.
So it doesn't need to drape over corners.
Perfect.
So this has got Hobbs Heirloom inside it.
It does.
Yeah.
It does look beautiful.
It does.
And the quilting really shows too. I like
yes.
that about just having that little bit of polyester in. It just gives it a little bit more loft, doesn't it?
And
this is the Hobbs Heirloom 80/20. This is a king size, so bigger than you need, but of course it's always good to have extras. I mean, I never pass by having some extras. $37.99 for that. Now then, I think we're going to go to a little break. Yvonne, that's been a fab hour.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see everyone's finished quilt.
Oh, wouldn't it be wonderful? Yeah.
You must be excited to see them.
Always, because everyone always has put their own twist in there, haven't they?
Absolutely.
And that's the joy of seeing them.
Fabulous.
But, yeah, so See you in an hour.
We'll see you in an hour, Yvonne. We're going to take a short break now. When we come back, we have got William Morris fabrics, and these, Yvonne, I know you're going to love them.
Oh,
I know
I've got a whole shelf full in my shop.
I love it. I love it. So we'll do that in the next hour. I'll see you in just a few minutes.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Oh, they are being cheeky to me in the gallery today, honestly. I'm just glad you can't hear the things they say to me in my ear. Okay, right, let's crack on, shall we? After a lovely hour with Yvonne McAtamney, we've now got a lovely hour with William Morris. These are absolutely glorious fabrics. I'm just going to kind of bring them all together so you get a sense of what we've got coming up over the next hour. I mean, all this luscious colour and pattern, and some of the most beloved patterns from William Morris: Strawberry Thief, Willow, and Larkspur. Now, I wonder if we can start with Larkspur, because this is slightly less well-known design from William Morris, but I think it is so elegant, so beautiful. I know you're going to love it. I'm actually going to start out with these sort of soft blues and greys. Now, every single one of the fabrics that I'm showing you is available by the half metre. They're going to be absolutely perfect. They're quilt weight cotton. They're going to be absolutely perfect for quilt making and patchwork, of course. Great for bags. Superb for home decor projects as well. You can do light upholstery with them. They're all going to be 42 inches wide. Just lovely. Let's start with LN03. And then you can get a real sense of the pattern as well. Of course, William Morris at the forefront of the arts and crafts movement. Now that is just elegance in fabric, isn't it? Really graceful. Two-tone design. That lovely sort of slate grey in the background. This colour is called silver. And I think this would really work if you have a lovely sort of neutral interior, or if you want to blend that with lovely sort of soft tones. I think that's gorgeous. Okay, next up, we've got one that's a little bluer and the background is a little warmer. So these are little warmer tones. This one here is HV61. It's been very, very popular on pre-order. Isn't that lovely? Now I really love the warmth in this because I like the coolness of that sort of slatey blue background, but I love the warmness of that sort of tan almost. It's a kind of tan leaf and stem. The price is amazing, isn't it? £5.99 for a half metre. So actually, if you wanted to back quilts, if you want to add borders, if you want to make coordinating cushions or pillows to go with a quilt, this is an ideal fabric, perhaps where you need a bit more fabric, you know, larger quantities. This is going to work really well. Now the next one that I've got for you is JF69, and this is moving into a greener palette. So it's kind of just transitioning from blue into green here. That's stunning, isn't it? So our background this time is that wonderfully warm beige tan, and then the leaves are an almost sort of, you know, that kind of eucalyptus green, kind of blue green. Really pretty. I'm just going to grab for a moment a piece of willow. So this is a different pattern. We've not got to this yet, but I just want you to see how these work next to each other. And that kind of helps you just to pick up the tones, doesn't it, of that lovely eucalyptus blue-green in both. Really pretty, like that. Okay, we'll get to willow very shortly, don't worry. Okay, so this is still larkspur. Now, let's go a little bit more dramatic now. This is PG34. Now, this might very possibly be my favourite print out of the whole range, or my favourite colourway, because that is delicious, isn't it? That is really, really elegant. For me, actually, I mean, I know William Morris is pre this, but that gives me that kind of 1920s glamour. And I don't know if it's the combination of that kind of golden tan and black, but it's beautiful, isn't it? Really beautiful. Oh, lovely message from Brenda. Good morning, Stuart. It was so nice to meet you in person yesterday. You kindly signed our books. You were so friendly and lovely. It was also our first time at Festival of Quilts. Have to say, mind-blowing. We are looking out for fabric now, Brenda and Gemma. Oh, kisses for you both. It was lovely to meet you too. Looking for fabric. This is pretty decent stuff. This is lovely, isn't it? Really love that colour combination. This would be a very, very good place to start a quilt design, because I think, you know, often when we think about it, you know, I want something that's quite neutral. I don't want lots of colour in this quilt. That's exactly what I was thinking, Ben. Ben's just said it's kind of roaring 20s, and I think it is, even though the design obviously massively predates that. It does give a sense of the 20s, and I think it is that colour combination of that sort of bronzy golden tan and black. It would be lovely for dressmaking. It would be gorgeous for a bag too. Very, very smart, that one. Now let's go with navy tan combination. This is also really lovely. This is KU32. Isn't that beautiful? So if you have blues perhaps in your bedroom or your sitting room and you want to add some warmth, I think often blue can be quite cold. Well, often we use it to an advantage, don't we? And it's not cold, it's crisp, it's fresh, a bit like the shirt I'm wearing. It's fresh, it's bright, it's crisp. But sometimes we want more warmth than that, and I think that's what this fabric does, and it's that golden bronzy tan mixed with the blue that does that. It makes this very, very warm. All of these have been very, very popular on pre-order, by the way. Lots of them in baskets. Don't forget to check out. That one's absolutely flying, absolutely flying. A message from Derek who says, wow, that'll make a stunning shirt. Yes. 2.5 meters, even though your pattern says 3. Am I right? Did I remember? Derek sent in a lovely message. I remember saying that he manages to squeeze all the pieces that should be on 3 meters out of 2.5 meters if he's careful, which I think is very good. I approve of that. They would make beautiful shirts, Derek. I totally agree. Now this next one, this is going to absolutely fly. This is a very, very pleasing neutral. This is HQ17. Now this is neutral, but this is not boring. This is not hiding away in the background. This is, and neutral doesn't mean that by any means, does it? You know, and also kind of quiet colours do not need to be kind of hiding away. This is still beautiful. This has still got drama. It is very elegant. This is lovely. I mean, I think this would be great as an applique background. If you wanted bolder shapes on there, you could. This would be really beautiful as your alternate block. So perhaps large pieces. You know, like in Yvonne's quilt where she had the puss in the corner blocks that created a chain. Well, this could be the background. This could replace the white or the pale cream and still have that lovely bold design. Yeah. And also would make a great lining for a bag if you wanted a bright, light background, but still wanted something that was really kind of cool and interesting when you reach into your bag, you know, for a Murray Mint. Yeah, it's got that vintage feel, but I think it would very much depend what you put it with. So say, for example, you might use that to line a bag. The outer might be made with Strawberry Thief or, you know, some really traditional moda. However, you could also use that to line a bag, and the outer could be Anna Maria Horner and could be some really big, wild, leery print. And that would just kind of continue maybe the floral or foliage theme inside, but with a sort of a quieter, lighter, brighter version. I don't know. Now, let's go. This is lovely. This is TV 06. Now I instantly want to use this for home decor or bag making. Yeah, this is really lovely, isn't it? This is in the conservatory with the succulents. Yeah. I mean, we're moving into autumn now, and we're going to be spending perhaps more time sitting in that garden room, that conservatory if we've got one, or maybe just sitting in the window where we kind of get that extra brightness, where we've got our pot plants, where we can just sort of feel like we're outside but we're kind of snug and warm inside. This is a really beautiful fabric to use in that sort of setting that will bring the outside inside. You know, I mean, willow has always been very popular. This is willow, and this has always been very, very popular as a print for that kind of, you know, outside inside look. But this, I think, just adds a whole extra dimension. You know what I mean? Just think that is gorgeous. Again, Derek, I'm thinking shirts. I'm thinking a shirt or a skirt would be really nice in that. Yeah, wraparound skirt with a tie waist. Bang. There we go. Let me pop that to one side. Now, this next one, this is KX70. Now, this is puce. I don't know, what's the official colour? Rose. The official colour's rose. I just like to rename William Morris's designs. But that, yeah, I would say that's puce. But that's gorgeous, isn't it? Really lovely. Really lovely. And what's nice as well, I know I keep teasing willow, but there is a rose or a puce version of that too. You can just see how they go so beautifully together. And I'm thinking in a bedroom, a pretty bedroom, maybe like a little slipper armchair or a footstool that you could recover, some nice braid or trim around the outside edge, some little brass upholstery pins to hold everything in place. Just be lovely, so elegant. And it's actually a really easy job to do as well. You can pick things like footstools up, you know, sometimes in charity shops or furniture sales, and they're a really easy job to recover them. I'd always put some interfacing on the back of a, you know, quilt weight cotton if I was going to use it for light upholstery. It just helps to strengthen the fabric, make it a little bit more robust. So that is larkspur in rose. Nice, like that. Now let's go with something a bit more dramatic. Now in my sitting room, you've all seen this on my Instagram. I've got this gorgeous aubergine, William Morris, aubergine and gold wallpaper. This is really gorgeous. Do you need the code, Ben? Sorry. Yeah, that's the one. That is absolutely lovely, isn't it? This might be my new favourite now. In fact, I'm just thinking I might need this actually to make some cushions for home. Yeah, it does. It almost has a velvety or damask look to it. Yeah, it's really great, isn't it? What about lining a velvet jacket in that plum with this? That is gorgeous. Yeah. Or what about covering a drum lampshade with that? Maybe a little bobble trim along the bottom, maybe not. You know, everything looks better with bobble trim. But that is yummy, really yummy. You know, I'm surprised we've never had lampshade covering kits on Sewing Street. I'm gonna get that sorted. JH75. JH75. So this is wildly different. This is much more kind of playful. Ochre. Not ochre. It's not ochre. It's ochre. Oh, Ben. Ochre, yeah. Well, that's like a vegetable, isn't it? That's green. Yeah. Yellow ochre, yeah. This is gorgeous though, isn't it? I think it's upside down, but I'll turn it around. But that's lovely. And again, that would be really nice as a lampshade. Or a smart little purse. Okay, 2 more colours. I need to whiz on actually, I'm going a bit slowly. Sorry everyone. I'm just kind of immersing myself in all this lovely fabric though and thinking about what I might do with it. This is MG35. Oh, can I tell you, a contemporary of William Morris, I'm sure, Kenneth Graham, who wrote The Wind in the Willows. The Wind in the Willows is my absolute all-time favourite book ever. And while I was at Festival of Quilts, I found a book which is all the characters to make them in felt. All the Wind in the Willows characters. It's so gorgeous. I'd just like to share that with you. This is MG35. Now this is gorgeous. It's that slaty blue and then it's got that wonderful deep, rich, sort of caramelly tan background. Again, it's just so warm, so elegant. Lovely as we're moving into autumn and winter actually too. Great for kind of warming up your interior. Last one. I've saved the best till last, I think. This is US 58. This is crimson. Now this is much more of a madder red. So this is akin to French General, the red that they use. And it's that sort of almost like that hand-dyed red. Are you with me? It's not pillar box. It's not, yeah, I love that. I love that. It's almost like just into orange. It's red just into orange. Yeah, really. I think that's really dramatic. Delicious. Yeah, yum that. Love that, love that, love that. Okay, so that's all of Larkspur. Let's look, let's do Willow next, because I've been teasing Willow. Let's start with the classic, which is IQ 5'8". Now, if you watch Gogglebox, you'll recognise this. So there's that wonderful couple, isn't there, that are constantly calling each other Nutty. That's their nickname for each other. And it's like curtains, well, rather wallpaper Willow, armchair Willow. I saw a very funny sort of spoof sketch where they were wearing clothes which were also in Willow, and they're sort of disappearing into the background. But anyway, this is a really beautiful and very classic William Morris fabric. It's been used to make wallpaper and curtains, blinds, that kind of thing. This is very, very elegant, isn't it? Now, of course, you might not be a fan of the whole look of William Morris, but this is still very appealing because it's a gorgeous, fresh green foliage print. It's got a lovely kind of almost like a chartreuse lime stem, and then you've got that lovely kind of eucalyptus blue-green in the leaves. Great quality, 100% cotton, $5.99 for a half metre, which seems wrong. But, you know, I'm not going to question it. Now, I'm going to show you next one. This is the puce, that Rose RI37. And this would blend really well if you've got lilacs, pinks, tans that need, creams that need warming up, that need a little bit more interest. You know, if you've decorated, everything is in like shades of cream and tan, but it just needs a bit of extra warmth, this would be really good to add that little extra warmth. It's that puce, that rose, that lilac-y pink. Very nice. Now, another classic coloration of Willow is on a black background. This is WX41. You'll like this. This is really nice. You got it. Isn't that beautiful? I think that's really smart. Now that I want to cover a box or a basket, you know, a sewing box, something like that, storage baskets or boxes. I think that just would be so elegant and lovely. It's also, and hear me out on this, I think it's a bit Christmassy as well. I could make a tree skirt or a stocking or a runner using this, or using this as the border or the base of the fabric. Like kind of blacks, greens, golds. Are you feeling that? I think that would really work, yeah. Yeah, I think that would really work. Now then, another really lovely fresh one. So again, thinking about that conservatory garden room, little nook by the window. This is HK28. And I'll just line up the previous green just to show you the difference. So where the first willow that I showed you was very much eucalyptus, that blue green. This is fresh spring, full of life, new shoots green. Yeah, I think in the depths of winter, this is going to make you feel hopeful, yeah, and think, March, that's all I need, March. Yeah, yeah. It is, it's that colour of all the sort of new shoots on the trees. Beautiful, yeah. Now, that deep aubergine, CQ09. We saw it before in Larkspur. This is now reinterpreted in Willow. And again, I think that's a great home deck coloration there. You've got that really, really deep aubergine or eggplant in the background. You've got some more kind of pinky stems. And then the beautiful, elegant willow leaves. And you know, you could, so for example, you might make like a cushion in that deep aubergine, just plain, maybe like velvet, deep aubergine velvet, and then just have this as piping cord, covered piping cord around the outside edge, you know? Just a really thin piping cord all the way around the outside edge, just to add some brightness, some lightness, some pattern to it. Or you could do something sort of wider, like a kind of ruffled piping all around the outside, or a ruffled binding all the way around the outside edge. Right, let's go with crimson. This is DS83. That's really vibrant. This red again, as I say, it's not pillar box, it's not London bus, it's very much that sort of madder red. Yeah, it's hard to describe. You know, it's that sort of an understated red. And red is a colour which we so often think of as being kind of bright and out there. And this is bright and out there, but it's got a subtlety to it. Last up is TF01. And that's a navy blue background. Yeah, I like that. In real life, that background is a really deep inky blue. It almost looks black, but you can see it's really a really deep blue. If I pop a fabric that's got black in it, you can see this is very much a blue, but it is a really deep inky blue. Okay, that is Willow. Now, last but not least, we've got Strawberry Thief. Very important range this for Ben, because it's the first fabric range he ever learnt the name of. Now, I'm going to start straight away with the red version of this, because I think it's stunning. This is UN67. Now, you might remember we've had like a glasses case, and a few other accessories made using this, and they look really good. So straight away I'm looking at this thinking little bags, purses, a wallet maybe, spectacle cases, toiletry bags. That is really lovely, isn't it? Really lovely. Great price again, £5.99. Can you believe that? Let's go with the black. This is CN83. Well, black always makes colours pop, doesn't it? Always makes colours pop, and that's really dramatic. Now, you could fussy cut diamonds or clamshells, hexagons. You've got a great repeated motif throughout there. So this would lend itself quite well to fussy cutting. Let's do that plum, that aubergine. EL23. I love that. I really love that. Now that one, it's got quite a 70s palette to it, I think. It's kind of giving me that kind of, you know, I don't know. It's those rich autumny colours. Yeah, it's a little bit bohemian. It's eclectic. I really like that colourway. It's so warm and rich. Yeah, now where are the strawberries? They are in there. Here, if I just move this over, here's that little strawberry thief nicking the strawberry. And then there are some other little strawberries around here as well. I ever told you the story about my mum's own little strawberry thief episode? My mum, like, you know what it was like in the 70s. Strawberries, you got them in the summer and that was it. There was no buying strawberries in December or January or March. You know, you had strawberries in the summer and that was all. And my mum loves strawberries above any fruit, anything. She absolutely loves strawberries. So mum had gone out and bought a punnet of strawberries, which was going to be for the following day's tea. We were having them for pudding. My mum had then gone, we'd all gone to bed, and then my mum had been lying in bed at like 2 a.m, not able to sleep, because all she could think about was this punnet of strawberries that was sitting in the fridge downstairs that was supposed to be for tomorrow, but all she kept thinking about was, but they're there, they're just sitting there, I need them, I want them. So she got up in the middle of the night and stood by the fridge door, ate them all, and then in the morning rushed back out, bought another punnet of strawberries to replace them. We all had them for tea, and then my mum kind of burst out laughing and told us the story about how these aren't the strawberries you think they are, you know. But we always thought it was very funny. I know, yeah, the mystery strawberries. Now, next up, we've got Strawberry Thief on a navy blue background. This is GU76. Again, now if black is a bit harsh for you, then this navy is going to work perhaps. It really does work with those rich, warm shades, doesn't it? Really pops. And again, what about fussy cutting these motifs? So, and it doesn't always have to include the birds, of course. You know, I know it's tempting to think, okay, I need a, whoops, let me move that over. I need a shape that I can cut that's going to include the birds, and that would be really nice. Yeah. But also think about cutting here. You know, this is a gorgeous motif. You could also cut it so that it's more back to back. You know, here or here would also work. I'll just move that over so you've got here or here. You know, use different elements. I know when you look at this fabric, we're all very drawn to the birds, but there are lots and lots of other elements in there that you could use too. This right here, it's just a big flower. The other thing as well is if you want to create a sort of kaleidoscope effect, this fabric's absolutely perfect. Because what you want, and I heard it once described and I thought it was a brilliant description, you're looking for the belly of the butterfly. So you know, like here's the belly of the butterfly, and then the wings open out either side and they are sort of reflective symmetry from the body. And that's what you've got there. Beautiful reflective symmetry from, I mean, so many different points. So from here, this is reflective symmetry. From here, this is reflective symmetry. Sort of everywhere you look, there are lines of symmetry. And you can really use that in your designs, because if you cut out, you know, even just a square. So one thing I've seen, I think this is lovely, you cut out 4 identical squares. Okay, there might be 4.5-inch squares, cut them out, and they need to be like exact copies of each other, and then sew them together in a 4-patch, but sew them so that they go, so if this is the top of the bird's head, so the top of the bird's head, the top of the bird's head, the top of the bird's head, and the top of the bird's head. So they spin around. And you create a sort of kaleidoscope effect, but with just 4 squares. Looks really effective. You won't believe what you get out of that, but this fabric would work really well for that. Very, very nice, very elegant, very classy. Now then, we've got a whole host of lovely greens and blues to look through now. Let's start off with a really deep green. This is GN26. Sage. Now again, forgive me, but I'm seeing Christmas here. I think that has a bit of a Christmassy look. William Morris at Christmas. Yeah. It's got that lovely kind of, you know, evergreens and berries, firelight and candlelight. It's lovely. Now, I showed a few weeks ago how to make a candle mat using fabric. You could do that with it. Christmas stockings, a runner, placemats as well. Lovely. Yeah, that is lovely. Now, next up, let's go for something lighter and brighter. This is ZJ91. I want to do dressmaking with this. Now this, I think it's the colours. This is giving me a sort of chinoiserie feel. Yeah, an old map, I'm getting that too. It's almost got that sort of faded, vintage look to it, hasn't it? Like you've discovered a secret door, peeled back the paint, opened up the door and walked through, and there's this bedroom that's been there for 150 years that no one's ever been inside, and this is the wallpaper. Yeah. Yeah. It is. It's really lovely, isn't it? I would mix this, you know what, I would mix this with some Tim Holtz fabric, which seems almost unthinkable, doesn't it? William Morris and Tim Holtz. But I think this has got that sort of distressed vintage look that could really work. It would also make the most divine, can you imagine, quilted slippers and maybe like a quilted, I want to say smoking jacket, but do you know what I mean? That kind of quilted, like house coat type thing. Housecoat's got a bad rap, hasn't it? Like in Japan, they have something called a haori, which is like a quilted winter coat that you wear in the house. And that sounds so much nicer than a house coat. Yeah. But I like that. I'm just, funnily enough, I'm just in the process of designing one, so perhaps that's why it's in mind. Now, next up, we have got LE52. Now, this is a lovely kind of smoky grey-blue background. This makes the colours pop like nothing else. This is Ben's favourite, our producer. Yeah, that's really stunning, isn't it? Really stunning. And I think that cool grey background really makes the warm colours of the birds and the flowers pop. It is, isn't it? Land and sea. Land and sea. Ahoy there, shipmate. Pirate Pete. Now the last three. They're all really gorgeous, these. This is QT86. Thought you were talking to me. Oh, that is lovely. That is really lovely. Now, what about making some shopping bags? My foldable shopper would really work in that. That would look really gorgeous, made up as a foldable shopper. So use this for the main body of the bag. You could maybe use something like larkspur on the top, or maybe, yeah, that one would work on top, thank you. So something like this, you could use this along the top of the bag and for the handles, this for the lower part. I think that would work really nicely. And then if you've got my book bags for life, you know, you just, within the seam here, you put a little bit of elastic, a little elastic loop and a button, and then you can fold and roll the whole thing up. Like that very much. Got 2 more fabrics. And then I think we've got some photographs from Festival of Quilts, don't we? I'm hoping Charlie's found his way to my stand. Oh, that's beautiful. That's VT64. I'll know when I get there, won't I? You know? Again, it's that really elegant vintage look. Now, Fiona approves. Fiona's got in touch. She approves of my quilted house coat. We're calling it a Haori. A quilted house coat. Perfect with energy costs. Well, yeah. You'll make a fortune with that pattern. Well, you know, I would never ever want to sound, you know, dismissive of it at all. But I do honestly think, I remember when I grew up, you know, we didn't have central heating, we didn't have double glazing. I mean, my brother and I used to wake up every morning in the winter and pretend we were smoking cigarettes and blow out steam, you know, that's what it was like when we woke up in the mornings. But I mean, we did used to sort of layer up, and it was something that we did. So, you know, maybe it is time for the quilted house coat to make a reappearance. What do you think? Gonna do it. Well, I want it to be all sort of lovely and have hand quilting and sort of, you know, maybe little patches on and things like that, and for it to be sort of quite cosy and warm. I really liked the Sewing Bee quilted jacket. I thought that was lovely, but I want something that's longer. I want something with a bit of a collar, maybe a deeper cuff, pockets, definitely. And just something that isn't quite so neat squares all sewn together. But that's just me. All right, last fabric is CH79. And this is a lovely soft grey teal background. All of these fabrics work very, very well. There are reinterpretations of William Morris, of course. Some of them are true to the original design colourways, but some of them are reinterpretations. But I think they all capture the spirit of William Morris, don't they? Yeah. It keeps the designs fresh and alive and relevant. Really nice. Really nice. Gorgeous. Now then, let's have a look at some pictures from Festival of Quilts. Is this from the Sewing Street Lounge? Check this out. Now then, I had the pleasure over the last few days of meeting some of the makers of our winning blocks for the Festival of Quilts Sewing Street Quilt. Now, obviously, this lady designed and made the beehive block, which is absolutely gorgeous. I was only commenting yesterday about the clever piecing in that block. It really is beautifully made. Another picture. This lady made the dragonfly block. That's right up in the top left corner. And what is absolutely dazzling about this block is the bodies of the dragonflies are all beaded, and they are just iridescent kind of gold and Just amazing. Such a beautiful, beautiful block. And I love the way it's been put next to the watering can with the hexie flower. I mean, just all of the block. Believe me, I had the pleasure of looking through all of the entries that were sent in, and every single one of them was spectacular. Every single one of them was so different, and you really pushed the boundaries of what can I make with this fabric. It was really interesting and cool to see what everyone had made. But the winners, just amazing. Now, while we're talking about Festival of Quilts, we have got a few exclusive deals that we're running during Festival of Quilts. One of which is the 720 from Elna. Now then, with your Elna 720 Pro, you get a 5-year warranty, you get a free metal thread set as well, for £1,799. But what you really need to do is have a look at the sort of specifications on this sort of semi-industrial machine. Absolutely superb machine. Really, really good. Have a little look at that on the internet. Really fantastic. We've got a great show deal going on that. You can get easy pays on that as well. Some spread your cost. £359.80, you get 5 of those payments. So if you've maybe been to Festival of Quilt looking for a new sewing machine but haven't quite spotted the deal you want, or you didn't get to go to Festival but are looking for a sewing machine, and maybe you're doing a lot of things like maybe bag making or quilt making, you're making and selling, and you need a machine that's really robust. This is all metal construction as well. Fantastic machine, really worth considering. Oh, Fiona, lovely little message from you back. Haha, those were the days, eh? Brought back memories that you've just spoken about. The good old healthy days of no central heating and metal framed windows iced up on the inside. Brr! Oh, happy days, Fiona. Happy days. Now, another deal we've got. Same extended warranty, 5-year extended warranty is on the 780 Plus. Now this is a big old machine. You have got really big throat space there for things like quilting, home decor, soft furnishing, larger dressmaking projects as well. A great big touch screen. Very clear, very simple and straightforward. You've also got that free metal set of threads there too, but really, really worth having a look on the website. Look at all the specifications. Now, another deal that we've got for Festival of Quilts is one of our absolute favourites, one of our hero products right now, which is the Oliso iron. In beautiful buttercup yellow. This is the Oliso Pro Plus Smart Iron. Now it's £155. You're saving £7.99, and this is just during Festival of Quilts. So Festival finishes today, so at midnight tonight the price will go back up. But we all love the Oliso iron. Oh, I'm not supposed to get it out, am I? I was going to get it out then, but it's a lovely brand new model. But you can see the lovely packaging. Perhaps this is the one they're going to give to me. It must be, mustn't it? Just gorgeous, this. Such smart technology. All irons are not created equal. And one of the things I absolutely love about this, now I have one of these in my studio now, and the thing that's always been a bit of a bugbear in my studio is where the sockets are. If this sounds familiar, maybe you've been to that workshop in the village hall where there were 2 plug sockets and they were right over there. Well, it's the same in my studio. Now the Oliso has a 3.7 metre cord, and if I just turn this around for a second so I can show you on the back, you have let me find it right here. You have a 360-degree pivot cord, which means that when you're trying to iron something, and sometimes I turn the iron around. Do you ever do that? So you're kind of holding it in the other hand and you're ironing back that way, or then you turn it and you're ironing that way. You've got that 360 pivot cord, so you don't start getting caught up, tangled, the cord gets wound around things. It kind of moves 360 degrees. It just makes, it's those little things that you think, oh, an iron's an iron, isn't it? They really aren't. When you get those those design features, they really make a massive difference. One more deal. We don't have that here in the studio, but if you're visiting Festival of Quilts, they have it there. And it is the brother, our fabulous embroidery machine. Yeah, the Quilt Festival Special. It's a Brother in Novice M240ED. It is the Disney embroidery machine from Brother with free stabilizers and fabric. You save £19.57. It's a beautiful machine. You've seen me and Tracy Dennis demonstrating. Just fab. All right. We are going to go for a break now. When we come back, Yvonne McAtamney will be back with so many different projects. We're going to be looking at a beautiful wall hanging, but we're also going to be doing some Christmas. What's not to love? I'll see you in about 3 minutes.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Hello, welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard, and in this hour we've got the fabulous Yvonne McAtamney back from Village Fabrics. Yvonne, you've done us proud again. We've got this magnificent quilt that's hanging behind me. I'm going to move that chair out the way. Isn't this incredible? It's called Henna Magic Circles. And it is a glorious mixture of piecing, applique, and a design that really shows off these amazing fabrics, most of which are from Beth Studley, who I love.
Yeah.
Where was your inspiration? How did this start?
It came about from the range of fabric with the border print and this wonderful sort of zigzaggy stuff going on. Because it's so geometric, you immediately think circle.
Yeah. Counter the geometry.
Yeah, and we haven't added a huge amount in. There's a bit here and there, but as you say, it's mostly that henna. I can't remember. It's not henna magic. It's henna something from Beth Studley, and I bought a lot of the border and then picked out a few of the others from the range. So this one really came from, saw the range, came up with the design. Sometimes we do it the other way round.
Really beautiful. Well, it's fantastic quilt kit, an amazing value as well. I mean, let me just tell you that the quilt is 51 inches square, so a really, really good size wall hanging or throw quilt. The price is amazing. It's only $64.99 for everything you need to make the quilt top. Do we have enough fabric in here for the binding as well?
Yes.
Amazing.
Oh, yes.
I'm going to open this up and show you what you get inside.
You do
now,
have to
as
repack
always,
it, you know.
Oh, I say, do I? That doesn't look like an easy job. I might just show it from the back. I might be really careful. Let me just show you. Do I really have to repack it, Yvonne?
Well,
you must be able to do this with your eyes shut.
Oh, no. You have to apologise to whichever customer gets the one, gets that one.
Fair
Perhaps
enough.
That would do.
Fair enough. But you get everything. Everything's beautifully packaged and laid out for you. You get all of the fabrics in there. I think it's enough to say you get all of the fabrics in there. Oh, go on. I'm going to unpack it. Kat, our amazing multi-skilled operator, one of her amazing multi-skills is being able to repackage things and they look exactly like they did when they arrived. I just kind of ball things up and just throw them and then run out. Yeah, I'm like that, I'm afraid. I'm that person. So you get, look, this is your border fabric, and this was the original inspiration. This is called, well, it's something henna from Beth Studley. I'm looking now. No, it is just called henna. Is it henna love? No, henna.
Oh, just henna.
Just henna.
That's why we...
Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, those big circular flowers, I think, also push you towards circles.
They really do. They really do. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous fabric. So that's your main sort of feature fabric. You've got the orange dimple, which you're going to use for that inner border. That's rather lovely, isn't it? And again, could have been a solid, but instead we've got this gorgeous tonal fabric there. You've got a wonderful deep purple. That's rather yummy.
That's the binding, I think.
Ah, I like that.
Yeah.
Like that. And then you know what's really cool is so often in quilt kits, Yvonne, you need a 4-inch square, but you get a fat quarter.
And you pay
for a fat quarter. Yeah. And I mean, I don't mind a bit of leftover fabric, but sometimes it's really nice to get a kit where, you need a 4-inch square, so you get, a 5 or 6-inch square, because you don't want to leave people with like a thread left when they've cut out the shape. But you don't mind, and it's very labour intensive. I don't have to tell you that, but if you only need that amount of fabric, Yvonne and her team have cut that size of fabric out, and that's why the price is $64.99, because you haven't got fat quarters where you only need a small rectangle of fabric. Yvonne's done all that hard work.
Well, my team have.
Your team?
My team have.
Yeah? You raised the rallying cry.
Well, I'm very lucky that I have a team of people at my shop that are very good at different skills. Some of them are good at cutting, some of them are good at packing, some take photographs. So there's multi-skilled operatives. That's the word.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
That is the word of the day, Yvonne. That is the word of the day. This is a lovely one. I like that turquoise with the little triangles. It's got a lovely modern fresh feel to it. That's pretty. And again, I like the fact, a lot of places like, well, the minimum cut's 1/4 of a metre.
Oh, no.
But here, we need this amount. This is what we've got. This is what about a 4-5 inch strip of fabric. That really is what you need for the design.
Yeah. In my shop, our minimum cut is 10 centimetres across the width of the fabric, because we appreciate that you only need a little bit for leaves or whatever.
Yeah.
And
that's very generous, because I've been in lots of shops where the minimum you can buy is a long quarter, and actually you can't say I want a fat quarter of this.
Yeah.
We
do.
You'll
either.
do that too.
We do either.
I'll have to come and visit you, Yvonne.
Do.
I will. I'll do it. Oh, again, that's lovely. Loads of gorgeous fabric. Yvonne, while you're here, I know I picked your brains earlier on. You said I had to find them, but it is after 10 now.
And I've had a coffee.
Excellent. We've had a customer email in. This is from Linda in Essex, who says, "Morning, Yvonne and Stuart. Could you advise, please, the best wadding for a baby or children's quilt?" I think that's such a good question, Yvonne, don't you?
Yes. I believe the medical advice is that children, babies under 18 months should not be given quilts.
No, not to sleep under.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can play on them, can't they? And
yes,
things
or
like
you can
that.
hang them on the wall.
Yeah.
But I always like to start by saying that, because you do have to consider that. If it's going to be, I end up doing cotton. I generally end up with 100% cotton, though there is a lovely cotton and bamboo mix that's also available, and that tends to be softer and more drapey. So that could be a bit more of a wrap. If you intend the piece of work that you're doing, say it's a height chart or something that's obviously going on the wall, then I go back to the Hobbs heirloom wadding. But if it's a quilt for a baby, then I'm going to go for 100% cotton.
Yeah, and it washes really well too, doesn't it?
Though the bamboo has natural antibacterial properties, so that can be a good thing. But this is one of the occasions where, you know, make the quilt and wash it before you give it.
Yeah, always wash the quilt. Yeah.
And remember to put a label on for baby quilts.
Oh, that's a good idea. The washability and...
Yeah. And, you know, from great Auntie Yvonne.
Of course.
And date of birth or whatever.
Yours or the baby's?
Roman numerals.
Stop it. What did we say earlier on? 1891.
Or something like
Yvonne was telling me earlier on, didn't you, Yvonne?
I can't remember.
Yvonne had been...
I was too early.
Yvonne had been to the very first Festival of Quilts, and I said, was that 18, 19 years ago? But Ben, our producer, just heard 18, 19, and he was like, all right, steady on.
Oh, yeah.
Have I done a really good job repackaging, Yvonne? Could I have a job in your shop, please?
No. You would not be allocated that job. We would have to find something else for you to do.
You'd have to find one of my other special skills. All right, fab. Well, look, you've got so many gorgeous fabrics in there, loads of variety, just what you need, but not just what you need, a generous amount, but no more than you need, no silly amounts left over. Hence the price, $64.99 to make that 51-inch square quilt. Loads of different skills. Yvonne, you've got some demos for this quilt. Let me hand over to you.
I do. So I will say what I always say, which is read my instructions. Do what I tell you to do in the instructions. Might not be what I'm about to do now, but do please take your time, read through the cutting instructions and follow sequentially through. You have a reasonably large coloured picture of the quilt in the pack, and I've found it useful to actually mark up this coloured picture. So I have marked in border 1, what's border 2, border 3, border 4, border 5, border 6. Throughout the quilt you are making needle turn circles, which Stuart said, what? And I said, texture, Stuart, texture.
But you're going to show us how to needle turn, right?
I'm going to do a little bit of this is how you do circles. And just before I do that, I want to just say that this is a medallion quilt. So you're starting in the middle and you are working your way out border by border, which is how I have listed them in the instructions here. So you have border 5, 6, etc. So that's the reference point. And again, because we have put circles where we have put circles, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do it in the colours that we have done our circles in. You have a full centre layout. Now, this is a lovely spiral, but you might want to make your spiral bigger. You might want to not put so much in. You might want it to be more regular. So start probably by making a lot of circles, which is a great job for sitting in your armchair. There are circles of many different sizes. They range from 3/4 of an inch right the way up to 2 3/4. And this is where your freezer paper comes in useful.
Okay.
You've got a big roll of it
I
sitting
do
down
indeed.
there.
I do indeed. Thank you
It
for that.
lasts for a long time. You don't, but it does have many uses. So, you are going to draw circles on the freezer paper. Freezer paper is what it says on the tin. It's used for wrapping foodstuffs in. But you have a side that is like greaseproof paper, and you have another side that's shiny. This shiny side, whenever you apply a little bit of heat to it, will stick onto the fabric for you. So, as you know, this is just an array of circles on this piece of paper. So you then need to cut your circles out. Now, you do have to take your time and do this accurately, because this is your form or your foundation that you're going to use. So if I set that out of there, because I don't need that anymore, and what you're going to do is apply the shiny side to the reverse side of your fabric, having chosen what size circle is coming out of which bit of fabric. Entirely up to you. What I have, let me just move that to the side, turn that over, because we need to apply a little bit of heat. Not a lot, just enough to make it sit on.
And make sure that you've got a decent amount of space all the way around the outside.
Because this circle is your finished size. It doesn't include the seam allowance. So if I move on to this, you're going to cut around. She frantically looks.
You got them.
So I'm going to eyeball this. So you are looking for a scant 1/4 inch, because this fabric is going to have to gather around, and you don't want it to be folding as you gather. You want it to pull up nicely, you want it to gather nicely. So just head on round there, sharp scissors, and I tend to never close I don't cut to the point of my scissors. I feel I get a better line if I just do a little gentle I'm probably only doing 1/2 inch at a time, and you can always trim it back, but I'm never in favour of doing things twice if you can get away with doing it once.
For sure.
So that, the other thing that I suggest that you do whenever I came back to remake this, put the size of the circle onto.
Oh yes.
Yeah, because there are 2 3/4 inch circles, there are 2.5 inch circles, there's 2 inch circles, etc.
Yeah.
And it is very easy to get the wrong circle in the wrong place.
Okay.
So once you have achieved this, you are now, and I'm moving on to a different coloured one here, because this is the colour that I want to use in what is marked up as border number 2 on my pattern. So this is where we move to large squares around, large squares with some circles on them. Yeah. So this is the one I need for that. You just need to do a lot of circles, which I have in a bag here. Needle and thread, a knot on the thread. Now, I thought I was being rather clever with this yesterday evening, but obviously in lamplight it wasn't the best thing. I had pink thread on orange. I thought that might show up, but obviously not terribly well. Anyway, all I am doing is a small running stitch. As always, try and keep your stitches even. They don't need to be minuscule, but equally you want them to be close enough together that you will get a nice gathering happening. You also want the thread to be finishing and starting on the right side of the fabric. because what you want to do now is very gently pull this up. And you're going to have to ease it around a little bit. This is one of the larger circles. This is the 2 3/4 inch circle, I can say with some confidence since I've written that on there. You've got 2 ends of thread, so you can use both of them to gather with. Yeah. Again, this is one of these methodical jobs. And you just need to, I need to give that a little bit of a tug. Sorry if you're not getting the best view of this, folk, but it's, I've got to get my fingers in there.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. So you're gathering the fabric up to the freezer paper circle.
Yeah. And once I have that done, I'm just going to take a couple, actually I'm not going to take a couple of stitches until I have, now, judicious pressing. So let's stick that in there and just ease that around. Yeah, because we're aiming for a smooth line around. You can't stitch around jagged edges, especially whenever we're going to hand stitch this. There we go. Now I think that is, sorry, I bring that back to here. I now think I have a bit of a better, there we go. And you can see that while I've got little wavy lines, I haven't got tucks. And that's what you're aiming for. If you find that you had too much fabric going on, then you go back in and you trim some of that excess away. I'm just taking a stitch there because I now have everything taut enough. Okay, one more stitch. And scissors. Now let me go back to the fact that this is a medallion quilt, and this orange. Now I'm going to pop this back on here, right way up now, right side up, and just gently make sure that I'm happy with that.
So you've got all your edges turned under now, and you didn't have to, well, that wasn't a struggle at all, was it? Just gathering, pulling it up.
Yeah, but you know, do it in slow time, because if you tug too hard, then you get creases in places you don't want them. We have, if I just refer back to the diagram here, we have circles in each of what could be called cornerstones, yeah? And this square and this square, the square that's on border 4 and the square that is on border 5 are very similar but different. What I'm trying to do is point out to you the places where it would be easy to go wrong. Mark everything up. Mark everything up. So I am coming back to this orange circle, don't worry. But equally, let me just border 4. I've written on the back of the fabric because the squares are, one is 5 1/4, the other is 5 1/2.
That would be easy to muddle up.
Exactly, and I couldn't. I can't tell the difference.
Right.
So if I can't tell the difference, no one else can either. And we have different size circles on them. So that is the border 4. This is the border 6, and it is slightly smaller with a bigger circle. So just be mindful as you're making circles, you can apply these circles as you go along. So this is a kind of mini assembly job before you come to assembling the whole quilt. You want these circles to be in the centre of the block.
So, Yvonne, would you recommend then that we perhaps do the circles on individual squares first? Get our head around that technique before we tackle the centre?
I think so.
Yeah.
That's you want to be able to reproduce good circles for the centre, and you may decide that you want to vary the pattern. You might decide that you want to maybe not put any circles in the middle at all. You want to spread them across on the orange borders, you know. Lots of options, but as you work with it, you start to get a feel for these things.
Sure. But you can sort of practice the technique with one circle on one square before you try doing kind of multiple designs.
And this, you know, so hence I've done a couple of these, and of course, well, no, I was going to say the larger circles are easier to stitch, but I don't believe they are, because once you have that nice folded edge, it's really easy to hand applique that on. It's not difficult.
Now, can I ask, how do you get that circle dead centre?
Well, this is where I am with this bit, because having said that, I really would want to be putting these on individual squares. I also wanted to show you how to put a border on, and we still have to get to the triangular border as well.
Yep.
So fold your square in two, and crease it vertically and horizontally, like that. Just crease, and I do the same with my circle. I just give it a pinch in the middle on that way, and a pinch in the middle that way. And I am then putting that across there, and I just haven't creased that enough. It's only a piece of paper, so you know, go for it. There we go.
And that'll crease really well, won't it, the paper still being there? So you don't pull the paper out, you leave the paper in.
Now this, let me just pop this here, and then you're going to pop some pins in. Now, putting pins in can distort things, but this is where these little applique pins, where they're not taking up too much room, are really useful. So I'm doing north, south, east and west.
Those are your first pins, right?
Yep. And do it on a flat surface. Don't try and hold it in midair and put them in. And I'm also...
You know, one of my favourite things to do if I'm doing applique, you know those trays, lap trays that you get with the beans in?
Oh yeah, I've got...
You know where I'm going with this?
Oh, I've got one of those.
It's so much more comfortable, isn't it, than trying to applique on your lap, to do it on a hard surface.
Yeah.
Because I like sitting at a table, I like sitting at the kitchen table doing it. But sometimes you want to just sit in your comfy chair, don't you? So maybe think about getting yourself one of those lap trays.
I have a small one, thing like this, and that works really well.
Yeah.
So that's what I would put in, and I would probably put some more pins in. I'd probably do here, here, here and here. And that is all the pinning that you're going to do. Now, it's quite controversial about how you want to take the paper out of these. The traditional way would be to actually slit just the backing fabric, and that is how I've told you to do it in the instructions. So you are simply going to make a slit in the back fabric, ease the paper out through that hole, take some over stitches to seal that up.
And that's obviously once you've finished the applique of the circle?
Once you have finished your stitching.
Yeah.
I don't like doing it like that.
Why not?
I just think I'm weakening the fabric, and I'm obviously at risk of cutting the wrong thing. but it does allow you to completely finish sewing around the edge before you need to start removing the paper. What I do usually is, and as I've done with this one, I have stitched a good deal of this down. I'm more than halfway round, and then I have gently eased the paper out, put my pins back in, and just very gently, in fact I should probably have stitched a little bit more, because you don't need a huge space to be able to pull this.
What have you left, about an inch, inch and a half?
Oh, I've left more in this
More than
instance.
that.
I must have been in a hurry.
In candlelight.
Absolutely, because what I wanted to do was to show you how to do an applique stitch, because it's really like a slip hemming stitch, except you are making sure that whenever you come out of the circle, I've just started with a knot because this is all hidden in below. You're coming out through the folded edge of the circle, and you're going to put your thread directly down into the background, keeping the amount of thread that could be visible as short as possible. Shimmy along about centimetre, half an inch, come back up in the fold of the circle. I'm using grey thread here in the hope that you can see that it's not going to be visible.
So in real life, would you use grey thread? Would you use purple?
I would probably use purple. We have been challenged at the shop to do this in like white thread.
Yeah.
And we can, and you don't see it.
Yeah.
Because you get, here is whenever I start talking about threads, because you get different weights of thread. This happens to be a 60 weight grey thread that I have here, so this is thinner than your standard 50 weight that you would normally sew with. You can also get some beautiful 100 weight silk threads if you are doing a lot of applique, if you're doing maybe a traditional Baltimore quilt, something that is going to be an heirloom, then go get the right tools to make the job easy.
Have you ever tried using Orifil to a Maco cotton, which is an 80 weight? That's really nice.
I haven't tried that. I'm happy with my Mettler 60. Everybody gets to have their own preferences about what works for them. Now, all I'm doing is stitching round here, and I really feel that I must move on and show you how to do a quarter square triangle square.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Excuse me.
I've just looked at the time. This is such good fun though, because this is all about sitting and creating pretty little things.
Yeah.
Just before I go to that border, look, here are some circles. You can put these on in whatever form you want. Just keep going. You have that.
It's almost like a crop circle, isn't it, Yvonne? Do you know what I mean? That sort of, it's got a little bit sort of, I don't know, spacey.
I see that, is it a sea, not a sea urchin? You know that shell?
Nautilus.
A nautilus, that's what I see. And you can, that one, perhaps I want to be coming round with different sizes. That's coming a little bit. I need some middling size ones here to be able to just twirl around. Yeah.
But we have a full size guide, don't we,
We do.
place.
This is what this is, yeah. But again, you don't have to. I'm just enjoying throwing these on, and I'm quite happy with my look. I quite like that. And of course, if you haven't quite got your squares matching up, make sure you have one there as you twirl round. But the only piece of, well, it's not even difficult piecing, are the quarter square triangles. And they can prove a little bit tricky because you have a lot of bias edges. The bias edges are on the outside of the finished square. spray starch is the order of the day, and this is where you use the, let me get my rotary cutter.
I'll have to just put that on a mat.
Oh, thank you.
Right.
So you are cutting squares simply into half square triangles. We're only asking you to cut a square once. We feel it's more accurate this way. And you have a 45-degree angle on your ruler, and you need to make sure that you are going through the tips of that square. And I would also say you need to be cutting at the right height, and this is not the right height for me.
Absolutely.
Make it as comfortable on yourself as you possibly can.
Yeah.
So you now have half square triangles, and you have more half square triangles. So what you want to be doing are joining that to that, that to that, and that to that. That's what your finished block is going to look like. So start at the square point, the square edge, and stitch down. And I will just do this because I feel as though I haven't stitched a thing all morning. Which is,
come on, do some sewing.
Yeah.
Nice comment from Jan, just talking about the spiral in the centre of the quilt. Jan says the spiral really draws you into the quilt. It wouldn't be the same without it. Jan, I think that's such a good observation as well. It does, and you know, the best quilts make you want to look at them, don't they? And I think you've really hit the nail on the head. That draws your eye right into the centre.
I agree.
It's a really clever design.
I just never want to put pressure on people.
No, I know what you mean.
That if they are half a centimetre out, that's not what quilting should be about.
No.
It should be
Well, the
about
great thing with your technique with the freezer paper inside is that you haven't got to stitch anything down.
No.
You can place every single one of those circles, make sure you're pleased with the whole thing, and then you can pin, you know that the design is pleasing. You can pin everything in place, can't you, before you start stitching the first one?
I think you need to get as far as probably the squares together and the first orange border round to give you, and probably the squared border, which is why I prepped this. Let me just lay that out, and I must have another bit which is there. So if you are looking at this, you're starting to see what it's going to look like, and you haven't done a huge amount of sewing at that point, but you're starting to get a feel for the sizing. Okay, so pressing to the dark side. Do
you want me to press that
please,
for you?
because you're
I'm right
there.
next to it. Yeah,
You
absolutely. I'm getting a bit of a reputation now, Yvonne, as the go-to person for pressing.
Wow.
I started this off a little while ago doing pressing, and then Kerry from Living in Loveliness was here the other day and really made good use of me for pressing.
Well, one of my daughters, that was her job, my younger daughter, because she was the one that was at home as I was doing this kind of thing.
See, I said to Kerry, can't you train one of your children to do this? She was like, oh, no chance.
Too late for her boys, I think. So all that we're doing now is, because we've pressed in opposite directions, we can nest these central seams together.
Cool.
And if I could find some pins.
Yeah, I can grab you some pins. Well, there's some in a
I've
little
got
pink
some
dish.
here. You think
But I really like your approach, Yvonne. It's very similar to mine too. And it's that sort of, enjoying every process and not rushing any process. Sometimes we can get very focused on the finished quilt and forget that we're doing this because we like sewing. We like the whole thing. Just enjoy the whole thing.
Yes, for what this is a pastime. It's to fill your time, or for whatever reason, you should be enjoying it. As I tell people, there are no quilt police in my shop.
That's right. That's right.
You know, if I were to hear anyone, then I'll be in there saying, you know, hang on.
Would you wade in?
I would.
Yeah,
I really would, because I feel that people work to their own skill level.
Yeah.
And some people are going to be better than others. That's just the way things are.
Yeah.
But all that I ever ask is that people work to the best of their ability.
Sure.
And if they have, you know, if for the first time they have achieved a circle, then that's wonderful.
But there's nothing wrong in aiming high, is there?
No.
You know, and
no,
I almost
exactly.
I don't like saying this is a beginner quilt, this is an intermediate quilt, because it's kind of saying if you class yourself as a beginner, this quilt isn't for you. And I always say if you're committed to what you're doing, there's no reason why you shouldn't try anything. You know, if you're a beginner, you can make a mariner's compass quilt, and you could make a fabulous mariner. I've just hosted the award ceremony at Festival of Quilts.
Yeah.
You know, and I gave the award to the person who made their very first quilt, and they won, you know, first prize at Festival of Quilt. Clearly a very talented person. But I mean, your first quilt doesn't need to be the most basic, simple quilt. Do what makes your heart sing.
It has to be something you want to do.
You want to do.
Absolutely.
Tracy's got in touch to say, good morning, great demo. This quilt is beautiful. I have treated myself to it along with the Brother Embroidery Machine. Tracy from Sutton Coldfield.
You see, you don't have to go to Festival of Quilts.
You don't. We've got it all going on right here.
We've got it all going on here.
You really do.
Yeah.
You really do.
This is where I've really got to say, if you're in Northern Ireland, for goodness sake, get yourself off to Quilt Fair.
Oh yeah.
The 1st, 2nd and 3rd of September.
I love that shameless plug, Yvonne.
Just go for it. This is all about putting a quilt show back into the island of Ireland, because there hasn't been one, and I think it's really important that that this happens.
For sure, sure.
And of course, we've got John coming over.
Yeah, he's coming to open the whole thing, isn't he?
And we have Debbie Harris and Jules Mayo coming across. And I hear some of the marketing team are coming across.
Oh, are they really? Well, that's rather cool.
You're feeling here.
Oh, no problem. More pressing. Now, do you want that pressed open or to one side?
One side, please.
Yeah, no problem.
That one I've missed a little bit, so you might have to, there we go. So I think that if I just lay a few of these out, that is about as much as I'm going to be able to show you in the time frame.
Yeah, because I still want to have a look at some of your other lovely projects.
I know.
We've got the Festive Home, we've got Cornfield, we've got Christmas crackers, hanging stars. If you want to get ahead, by the way, and jump onto the website, you can do that. That's
Thank
for you.
Okay, so what this is all that. So there we go. Yeah, there is an orange frame going in there, but then you are come to your 4 triangles made into a square, quarter square triangles, and that is that border, and then you have your cornerstone, which is this one. See?
Is it the 5 1/4 or the 5 1/2?
It is the 5 1/2.
Fantastic.
So that is going there. And this,
that could really throw you though, couldn't it? We've all been there with that. Why doesn't this fit? Why doesn't this fit? And we realise it's the wrong square.
And you know, whenever I come to make it the second time, I kind of realise where the trip points are, because whenever something is being designed, it doesn't matter. You know, you can put whatever you want in there, but once you have put that into words and you're expecting people to cut a particular size piece, then they've got to be able to
We're relying on you.
That.
But you take a great deal of time and effort over your instructions. I've noticed that.
Yes.
It's important. It's important.
It's very important.
Yeah.
We try and hold people's hands through the process.
I think that's lovely. Susan sent in a nice comment too, actually. Well, Nick said, watching this makes me want to get sewing. Absolutely. And Susan says really nice, and agree that we need to just slow down and enjoy the actual process of making. I was saying to somebody yesterday, nobody needs a blanket that much. I mean, if you do, I forget that, but I mean, most of us really don't. It's the process. You've got to enjoy it.
It's your hobby.
Now, can we have a look at some of the other lovely things that you've brought?
Oh, please do.
We have got some beautiful projects. Can we start with Cornfield? Because I think this is an absolute
This one's
Bobby
brand
Dazzler.
new, brand new, but is the second in the series that Linda's been putting together. And the first one was beach huts that we did a few months ago. I'm afraid I can't remember.
So if that's early summer, this is late summer, isn't
Well,
it? It's those
this
cornfields.
I see harvest, don't
Yes.
you?
Absolutely. Well, I've just been harvesting the barley at the farm in the last couple of days. So yeah, exactly that time.
Yeah. So this is machine applique. And the thing that's possibly a little bit different about this, let me just tuck that stuff away, is that this is put onto a foundation. So there is a layer of as always, sheets of instruction, So I'm just getting these out.
Great value as well. This is 11.5 inches wide, 13.5 inches tall. You get all the fabrics that you need for the front and your binding. You get your full instructions. You just need to add a bit of bondweb and some threads, and then you can have a fabulous play with this.
Yeah. So, as always, work your way down through the cutting instructions, and whenever we do a piece like this, then on our diagrams everything is numbered numerically, and this represents the order in which you need to apply these pieces. So as I said, there's a piece of calico in your kit, and this is your foundation. You are then going to put piece 1, which is the sky, piece 2, which is the cornfield, and if we just look here, we can see piece 1, piece 2, and then 3, 4, 5 and 6 are the hedges. And at that point, this is what we're looking at now. The foundation is bigger than the finished piece, and so we have, as are your background fabrics. So we've marked in Frixion pen this actual size. We have not bonded the entire piece of fabric onto the foundation. That would make the whole thing so stiff. We have, however, pinned that in place, and then the hedges have been bonded on, and that's basically your dividing line. I'm going to just flip it over, and you can see that the hedges have then been blanket stitched on with sewing machine. So we now have a piece that is a little more stable than it was, and I could then move it about. You have a colour picture, which is going to be your layout diagram, really, because this one, while it gives you the numbering sequence, is reversed for doing it with bondweb.
Oh, understood. Yeah, because the taller tree is on the right, but in the picture it's on the left.
Yeah. We do try and think of these things. So the thing that there are lots of little pieces. So once you've cut these things out, pop them in a little bag, and you probably want to do a lot of this on your ironing board. There are some more sort of structural points that will allow you to sort of figure out where you are in putting the picture together. And one of them is the fencing. There is fencing behind the flowers. So this is piece 7, 8, 9 and 10. So this is a matter of peel. And
Camille, let me
thank
take
you.
that paper off you.
Thank
It always
you.
sticks, doesn't it?
It's static.
It is.
Or
it
I'm
is.
just too electric, something like that. Now, you know, what I've just said to you, do this on
On your ironing surface.
On your ironing surface, because I don't want to move this once I have them in position, though at some points the static does help because it just holds things in place. But I want to be using that by there, lining up my picture with the edges of my marked edges of my piece, and that is my first bit of fencing.
So you've got a guide, but I mean, you're not slavishly following it, are you? It's sort of,
No.
you haven't got to mark the position with pencil of every single thing.
I
you,
wouldn't.
Yvonne?
Sorry?
A message for you.
Oh.
I've made several of Yvonne's kits. The geisha is my favourite.
Oh,
her instructions are clear and the fabrics are always lovely. Just like her. That's from Roxana, who's in Devon.
Oh, thank you.
A lovely message.
That's much appreciated.
So many nice messages for you, Yvonne.
So I'm going to pop these fences in. Then we do know that the flowers and the leaves are all quite busy looking. But again, that is up to you. Once you have gotten your fence in position, you can put whatever flowers in whatever position that you want.
Yeah, oh see, that looks lovely just as it is to me. It's really sort of serene and I can sort of feel the heat on my back looking at that. A message for
Good
you.
sky.
Good morning, Stuart and Yvonne. What's the finished size of this wall hanging, please?
11 by something, 11
Yeah,
and a half
11 and
by
a half
something.
by 13 and a half. So 13 and a half inches tall, 11 and a half inches wide.
So this is my little, this is the little tree. I'm sure Linda designed this and Linda also prepped this kit for me. So I'm sure she said, I did the little tree, but we'll find out
soon
any
find
minute
out.
now.
Looks like it from the height of the
did.
trunk, doesn't it?
Well, I hope so. So
Yeah.
therefore, my little tree needs to be here, doesn't it?
True enough.
So I need to be about there with my little tree. So that's the tree trunk. And then, as you can see, each of these pieces is numbered. So we should be starting with piece number 21, which is at the top. Better do that, hadn't I? Because that's quite thin. Question I get asked at this point is, where would I start stitching? Where and when would I start stitching? I would stitch this fence in place because that is going to secure this yellow fabric to the foundation. So I would start there.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to have to start sort of, if you layered all the flowers over the top, you'd have funny little bits of fence to...
You just can't.
No.
So 21, 22, this might be a very interesting tree.
Well, it's all organic, Yvonne.
I've always thought that these would make wonderful apple trees.
Oh, yeah.
It would be a good thing to just pop a couple of little bits of red on there, wouldn't it?
French knots?
Yeah, probably.
Or even little beads?
Just pop a little bit of, because you've gotten your red poppies down here, and it would be nice just to counter that with a bit of red on the top side.
It's a lovely idea. The whole thing is lovely. I really like those projects that you can change out. Because you know what it's like in our homes, we've really got sort of like, there's a picture there to the left of the fireplace, isn't there? And there's one to the right of the door. And those hooks don't really change position. No. But what's nice is if you've got a spring and a summer and an autumn and a winter that you can change around. I like that.
Okay, I want my tree a little taller, so I just need to...
Then you shall have it.
I shall. Well, this is what it's about.
It really is.
This is...
And Yvonne, I'm going to be daring. If I wanted to cut out a few extra pieces, and could I do that? Would you approve?
it's quite a small piece. So yes, you know, have a little bit of a play, but don't overcrowd it.
Yeah, I know. Yes,
that's my hesitation.
Right,
that's just not down far enough. That's not out far enough. So take your time and get your trees looking like some kind of tree. That's not too bad, I think. I think I might go for that. So I would put all of those pieces in. I would not press them one at a time. I would do one at a time. And a little bit of heat. And I think at this point I would do the other tree, and then I would take the time and stitch those major pieces in place, whether I'm doing it by hand or machine. The poppies are made of different, there's 3 leaves to each poppy.
Gosh, isn't it amazing how when you add a little bit of red, how the whole thing comes to life? Do you know what I mean?
This is it. You know, this
suddenly pops.
This is why I'm saying, you know, that's too big. But a few little apples on that tree, and suddenly it's, you know, it just pops.
Yeah, lovely.
I think I'd better let you talk about Christmas crackers.
I can do, yeah. And the bees, those are embroidered, right?
They are embroidered.
Really nice. Yes, let me talk about Christmas crackers. Thank you for remembering that, Yvonne. I was so drawn into the cornfield.
Well, it's
I love Yvonne's Christmas crackers. Let me just grab one down. Hang on a sec. Grab a couple down. Love these. Yvonne's made some beautiful kits to create Christmas crackers. There's a green colourway. Each one of them features Rick Rack. You know me and Rick Rack, we're best friends. Lovely ribbon, an embroidered panel, almost a cartouche on the front. A little button opening at the back so you can tuck a gift inside. You've got a set of red. You can do a set of silver. Rather love those, or a set of green. There's red, green, silver. We'll put graphics on first of all for green, and let me show you. Now, Yvonne, this is a super generous kit because you get enough here to make 6 crackers. Yeah. Which is amazing, isn't it? Great price, $38.99. In there, you've got your wadding, you've got your fabrics, Rick Rack. You've even got a skein of embroidery floss for doing your embroidery, the background fabric, ribbon, all that lovely golden Rick Rack. Full instructions, of course, as well. So you could end up making more of these, and I suspect you will. They look the kind of thing that would be rather addictive, Yvonne, once you've made some.
I think as new grandchildren arrive or something like that, you'd have to make a new one.
Yeah, and you could always personalise. You could change the embroidery, couldn't you?
That's why there's one that's got like bunting on it.
Oh, yeah.
And I put with love or something. But equally, you can put a child's name on there.
You could. It says joy and love right now, but you could put initials on there. You could do one big initial. You could maybe even use your embroidery machine if you've got the Brother embroidery machine that we've got today. You could embroider something before you stitch it down. Lots of options, but I really like that. And you know the one thing, and I wrote an article about this a couple of years ago, Christmas, there's an awful lot of paper waste.
Oh,
I mean, the statistics are hideous with things like paper wrapping paper, tons, hundreds of tons.
This is my older daughter's fault. She, just after Christmas, she said, "Mum, we need reusable crackers." And I said, "Oh yes, dear." And
that means you need to design some reusable crackers.
And I said, "Are you going to help?" "Oh yes, I'll help." Oh, yeah.
Okay, red one next. Again, you get all of the fabric, ribbons, Rick Rack, thread, fabrics, waddings, you name it, to make 6 beautiful red crackers. And what's cool is that you get 6 different embroidery designs. So if there are 2 in particular that you love, do 3 of each. If you love all 6, do 1 of each. It's entirely up to you. Your full kit, 6 red crackers for $38.99, and you'll be able to bring them out for, well, generations. Last option is silver. These are my favourite. Charlie and I were bought, when we got married, we were bought some really beautiful like sort of special plates and bowls and all of that.
Yeah.
Very traditional gift. And it's got kind of like platinum band around it.
Oh,
really
nice,
So at
nice.
Christmas we always bring that out, and it's always silver crackers. These would go so beautifully. I love that silver fabric.
I know one lady has bought the kit with the idea in mind that she is going to give Christmas gifts in them.
That's
Instead
a lovely
of a bag,
idea. Yeah.
she is using this shape for special family members.
Yeah, that's really lovely, and it's something like you say you could bring out every year. This is not a cracker you pull, of course. You've got a button on the back. You get the button, you get the thread, you create a little button loop that you can then open up. And then inside, I mean, Yvonne's put a toilet middle inside to hold the cracker open. And you could do that, or you could put some card in, you know, with a slit down the centre so you can get inside. Or you could just fill that with a gift. And you could put something special, something funny. You could put something inside. You could put a little
gift voucher,
some kind of
even
gift voucher.
if it was
Nice
something
idea.
you know, quite mundane, but that would be a really nice way of giving it.
Yeah, I like that. And also, you know, if you have a family member that doesn't like the bangs of Christmas crackers, or you've pets that you just don't like all of that, this is a different kind of cracker, or a different kind of presentation for a gift, or maybe jokes, or maybe you like to play games and you have everyone on the table do a charade. You could put that inside too. I think it's really lovely. Those to me are proper Christmas heirlooms. They're the kind of thing that never dates, that you bring out not just for years, for decades to come. Really love those, Yvonne.
And if you undo the ribbon, you can pack them away flat.
Oh, what a clever idea.
You know, you don't have to do them like that. They will go away flat, well, flattish, from year to year.
Yeah, really, really lovely. Yvonne, our hours go by so quickly.
Well, don't they just? And now
They
I
really
have to
do.
head off to festival.
You're
and
heading to festival. You'll get there before me. You said you would.
Yeah, you were threatening to leave early, weren't you, and just leave
I
the
was.
production team to...
Correct. I've got 2 extra hours. We've got 2 more hours to go. But you have a great time at festival.
I'm looking for... I will
Give you a
call
wave
in
if I
and
see
see
you.
everybody on the Sewing Street Lounge.
Do.
Oh, yeah.
And have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you.
Thanks for this morning.
You're
Yvonne
welcome. I've
McAtamney
enjoyed
there
it.
from Village Fabrics. All right, we're going to go to a break now, and when we come back, we've got kits and Kay Fassett's brand new book, Quilts in Wales.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
That crept up on me. Hello everybody, welcome back. Now, if you're not at Festival of Quilts, I'm assuming you're not at Festival of Quilts right now, hurrah! Just spend the time with me. It's lovely here at Sewing Street, and we're still bringing the festival to you. Now, one of the things that was rather exciting and wonderful at Festival this week was that Fassett released his brand new book, which is called Quilts in Wales. Now, he launched it at Festival of Quilts on Thursday, but we also launched it here on Sewing Street on Wednesday. we have got copies of his book in stock right now. It's his brand new book, and it's designs inspired by a Welsh castle. It is Kaffe's 24th book in this series. Can't believe that. And Kaffe chose an iconic castle in North Wales, Powys Castle, to act as his inspiration for colours, for shapes, and also for settings for actually shooting and photographing the quilts. As always, Kaffe brings his wonderful sort of aesthetic. I love the fact as you flick through the book, you see the things that inspired him, the colours, the shapes, you know, not just inside, but the gardens, the architecture, the tapestries, the windows. And you see lots of, there's the man himself, Sassy Baby, that was my nickname in prison. Vintage library, moving on, Sassy Baby. Just a baby. Absolutely gorgeous. That's lovely. I like that actually. That's really gorgeous. And you can see the inspiration, can't you? Absolutely beautiful. This is a gorgeous one, golden squares. So many shots. Now, of course, I write quilting books too, and I know how expensive it is. I mean, we want loads of photographs, but it's really expensive to put lots of photographs in a book. So I always really appreciate it when a book has got lots of pictures, not just one flat shot, but lots of different pictures showing you setting, backing, quilting, and also things like the inspiration for the designs. This is absolutely magnificent, isn't it? I love this one, topiary. Love those framed rectangles and borders, but also for me that striped sashing is everything. It adds so much movement and dynamism to the design. Beautiful lavender and sage there, a really lovely soft mix. And if sometimes some of Kaffe's designs are a bit too bright and leery for you, lavender and sage I think is quite soft and subtle. Bubbly, bubbly, very nice. Toast and marmalade, every day, Kaffe, every day. That's lovely, isn't it? So then you go into all of the actual instructions, and what's lovely is you get a flat shot of the quilt, you get every single one of the fabrics set out, laid out, how much of each that you will need, what sizes to cut, and then how to piece them all together. Really straightforward. A lot of Kaffe's designs are simple squares, rectangles, strips, triangles, but it's the way those fabrics are combined that just makes things so extraordinary. Now what's lovely today, we've got 6 beautiful quilt kits, and they're all taken from the book, and we've sort of divided them up. 3 hot designs. A little bit louder than I intended then. Hot. Lovely warm hot colours, pinks, oranges, reds, golds and yellows. And then 3 that are cooler colours, kind of lilacs, greens, soft blues. So I think we've got all the angles covered. Just love that book. It is beautiful. It's £25. Those details are on screen, I beg your pardon. And it is brand new. Okay, let's start with the quilt kit. Shall we go hot? Shall we go cold? What do I hear? The sound of silence. All I could hear was tumbleweed blowing through the studio. I thought you meant me. I heard hot and I just assumed. Okay, let's go hot. We're going to start with vintage library. Or library, as the children at school always used to call it. Library. Now then, in this kit, you've got everything to make the quilt. It's 184 centimetres by 169. I'm wondering, darling Ben, could you just tell me what that is in old money, please? 184 by 169. Because many of us are a little older and we like our inches. I'm just going to open this box up. Everything's always so beautifully packaged in these kits as well, isn't it? And then inside, you've got your beautiful pattern and fabrics. So first of all, pattern, and it's a nice simple pattern. All of your fabrics that you've got in the box are all laid out. They're all numbered, and this is even divided up into what are dark and what are light fabrics. And then I'm just going to open out the fabrics and start having a little play. I think we've got a little video of this quilt from the festival, haven't we? Let's have a little look. That's gorgeous. Dark and moody. See, I told you, if you can't get to the festival, we bring the festival to you. Now then, oh, these colours are really doing it for me. They are really doing it for me. Check this out. Wow, I just love those ochres and deep oranges, the rusts. But what Kaffe does so cleverly, and more cleverly than anyone I think, is to combine other colours. Look at this wonderful pink and teal and purple. That polka dot, lilac and rusty orange. Those little dahlia flowers, the millefiore, abstract triangle design, the coleus, one of the sort of classic Fassett collective prints. You just get all of these wonderful rich colours. Now I don't think, well, 99.9% of us, if we went into a shop and were faced with all of these fabrics on shelves with lots of others, I just don't think most of us would ever pick out, that's delicious, these fabrics. But then what we want is that quilt, but it's how to put the fabrics together. And I just think that's, I don't know, I can't do it, not like that. That's absolutely extraordinary, isn't it? Love that feature in the centre, those poppies, and then surrounded by, yeah, what look like books all around it. That really is a stunning set of fabrics. Teresa's got in touch to say, morning Stuart, late to the party today. We don't mind, you're welcome. And to join just as you're showing this amazing fabric. Wow, it is, it's gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Now then, 72.4 inches by 66.5 inches. Thank you, that is magnificent, isn't it? Really love that. Really love that. Do you know, I've got such a reputation for being bad at folding here. It's awful. It's awful. And the other thing, and I admit this absolutely readily, I can't wrap Christmas presents either, even if they're in a simple rectangular box. I can't do that. So I know you'd think I'd be good, wouldn't you? But I'm absolutely appalling. Everybody gets things in gift bags. Or, you know, that clear, you know, kind of, what is that stuff called? That you just scoop up and then do a big bow. A lot of presents go in them too. Now, tin foil for wrapping presents. There, it's a bottle of milk. Enjoy. Okay, shall we go cool? Let's contrast. Let's go cool. So this is, oh, I think this is my favourite. Now, these aren't colours that I would often work with actually, but this really appeals. This is topiary. This is topiary, inspired by the topiary gardens around Paris Castle. Okay, that is stunning, isn't it? Now this is 245 centimetres by 230 centimetres. I do need you to work that out, thank you. 245 by 230. Just going to open this up. Oh, look at that. Now this is your sashing fabric. If I just bring the box in for a second, this is what you're going to use for all of these sashings or narrow borders that go around the feature fabrics. And my goodness, don't they make those fabrics pop? There's something so wonderful about those stripes. It's like a witch's tights. Do you know what I mean? Stripy tights. Just think it looks gorgeous. Not sure whether that analogy works, but you know where I'm going. Beautiful big floral here. Oh, we've got a little video. This is lovely. Oh yeah, that is lovely. It's like a stained glass window, isn't it? It's like a stained glass window, but where I would sort of just, you know, go plain black or dark grey or something like that, Kaffe's used that black and deep blue woven stripe, and it just makes the whole thing so much more exciting. Ben, our producer, as the video was playing, I heard him say, look at the colours. And it's true, isn't it? We all say that, we all do that. Look at those colours. Just beautiful. Yeah, it's kind of gothic-y, it is intense, it is dramatic. I think it's very, I mean, I really think that that would make the most incredible quilt for a teenager or a young person who maybe doesn't think quilts are particularly cool. Yeah? You know, if they've got a bit of an attitude, oh, it's all a little bit, you know, cottagey. I love a cottagey quilt, you know, but I mean, you know, I've heard these things said, but a quilt like this could really change someone's opinion, couldn't it, about whether quilts were for them or not. I think it's stunning, absolutely stunning. I think it's fair to say that's my favourite quilt. Or is it? 96.4 inches by 90.5 inches, and I like a big quilt too, so that pleases me very much. It's actually a really good price for such a big quilt, £180. Now then, let's go hot, hot, hot. Let's go bubbly. Lovely bubbly, lovely bubbly. Now of course you don't need the book Quilts in Wales in order to make this quilt if you've got the quilt kit, because you do get the full pattern. So often with kits that are made from a quilt, especially in a new book, you'd need to buy the book separately, but the pattern for the individual quilt is included in your kit. That's not to say that we don't need Quilts in Wales from Kaffe Fassett. It is a really beautiful book. So we're looking now at Bubbly. And this one is 211 centimetres by 211 centimetres. Now I'm just thinking back, so that's probably going to be about 85 inches square, I reckon. I'm just guessing. But really beautiful. Hot pinks, some orange in there, and a little smattering of blue to cool the whole thing down. Let's have a little delve inside this kit, shall we? Love a delve. 83 inches square. Wasn't a bad guess, was it? Okay, you get your pattern, everything's set out. These are the fabrics, these are the numbers that correspond. It makes creating the quilt so much easier. Wow, just wow. Look at all that hotness and vibrancy. I mean, there's a lot of energy in these colours, isn't there? So if you need cheering up, or you know somebody that does, what about making the quilt for them or giving them the kit? A message? This is from Angela, who's in the West Midlands. Morning, Stuart. Just watched John live at the festival and glad to say Charlie is looking after your stand. Nice to put a face to the name. Oh, did you go say hello to Charlie? I'm just waiting for somebody to go up and think it's me and say, oh, you're taller than I imagined. These are gorgeous colours. Thanks for that message, Angela. That's lovely. If you see Charlie, give him my love. Hot oranges, hot pinks. There's a little bit of green and lilac in there. I think that's lovely. This is beautiful, isn't it? The black background and that soft baby pink. Those fishes and flowers. Look at this. Feathers on orange and red. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. That's yummy. And this is it's a kind of trip around the world style, or a Boston Commons style quilt, really. Oh, look at that. Blue oranges. I once almost bought blue lemons in a supermarket, but I spotted it quickly and put them back. Ever had blue lemons? You know what I mean. Yeah. Just re-ribbon that. So beautifully packaged, these, aren't they? Until I've got my mitts all over. Oh, it's awful, isn't it? You know, for somebody that can make quite nice quilts, I can't do a bow, I can't do anything. I shouldn't be allowed nice things. Bubbly. Bubbly. Right. Can we let's do lavender and sage. So that was the hot version. This is the cool version. So same quilt pattern, same size, 83 inches square, but this is much cooler. This is soft lilacs and purples, gentle greens as well. It's fresh, it's quite natural looking. So I think that's lovely. And if you're somebody that likes pretty quilts, I think this is a pretty quilt. Now, before I delve into that, I'm actually going to find that in the book, because I think it's really lovely to see the sort of inspiration behind some of these things, isn't it? Let's find, here it is, lavender and sage, beautiful. And then if I just go forward, I think I'm just going to find the photography for it. Oh, a message for me, thank you. Missed out on Festival of Quilts visit? This show has more than made up for it. Ordered my first ever quilt kit thanks to Yvonne, Michelle from Merseyside. Oh, that's lovely to hear. I'm really glad, because it's difficult, isn't it? And there were train strikes and I know it doesn't always fit in. I mean, it's in the summer holidays, isn't it? School summer holidays. So Kaffe says of lavender and sage, this trip around the world is on point squares, is a form I've used in many different colour moods. These cool lavenders and blues work so well with the apple greens and pinks. I'm excited by the way prints slide into each other. Excuse me, on the various layers. Oh, oh, sorry. Excuse me. I had a bit of a coughing fit there. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Oh gosh, it is beautiful, though, isn't it? Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm gonna have to grab a tissue. Ah, right. Let's delve in. Let's delve in. Wow, wow. Wait till you see what's inside here. Oh my goodness. I'm just going to grab a little tissue. This will do. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, it's glamorous here. Look, I'm using blue roll. Oh dear. I don't know. With everything here, everything. Blue roll, everything you could possibly need. Oh dear. Right, have a little look at those fabrics. I'm just going to get some anti-bac for my hands. Oh, funny 5 minutes. But these are absolutely glorious fabrics, these, aren't they? I love this design. I'm just going to open this up a little bit so you can just see the fabric. Isn't that spectacular? I know I said it was all kind of cool blues and lilacs, but it's little pops of colour like this that really, really bring a quilt to life. You know, I always say it's like, I mean, if you don't like rice pudding, ignore this analogy. But you know when you make a rice pudding and put some nutmeg on top of it, you know, it's that little bit of warmth that brings the whole thing to life and makes it kind of sparkle. You know, it's that extra ingredient that you almost don't realise is there, and then suddenly it's like, okay, now I see why this is so lively, so beautiful, and why maybe perhaps when some of the quilts we've made, when we've looked at them and thought, I mean, it's nice, but it's just a bit flat, a bit dull, you know. Say what you like about Kaffe, but his quilts are never dull. They are never flat. They always have that spice and that vibrancy to them. That's a pretty fabric, isn't it? Love that. More of that, different colourway. Just lovely. Green oranges. Just smashing. And again, I just think most of us, if we walked into a quilt shop, wouldn't pick this set of fabrics to create a quilt that was going to be kind of soft lilacs and greys and a little bit of green. And yet, when you see the finished quilt, it is just dazzling. And you can see perhaps in here, those pinks, that first fabric I showed you, gives it this lovely sort of pink warmth. Amanda's messaged in to say, you are brilliant, Stuart. I'm laughing, but I'm not sure what at. I'm just cutting out my first block of my Liberty quilt. Oh, lovely. Don't let me put you off. Don't let me put you off. I'm very distracting. I am. I'm a bad influence. Do you know, it's really funny. When I was a school teacher, I was quite sort of strict and liked, you know, it's time to work, let's work. But if I ever had to go on like a training course or we did inset training or anything like that, I was the naughtiest boy you could ever imagine. Just silly. I don't know. That's just gorgeous. I love it. Lavender and sage quilt. Now we've got two more quilts. We've got hot, 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 and then cool, cool, cool. It's lavender and sage. All right, this one is called Saturated Red. Now I'm going to find this one, if I dare, in the book. Where is Saturated Red? I could look in the index, couldn't I? But I want to just flick through the book. It's so pretty. Absolutely gorgeous. I think we've got the best 6 as kits. Oh, there we go. Oh, no, that's called Hot Frames. Oh, that one's nice too. I like that. Sweet Baby. As opposed to Sassy Baby. Oh, there we go. Saturated Red. The bold use of our Van Gogh Sunflowers fabric really glows for me. I always do the red colourways on Philip Jacobs and my prints before any of the other colours for the paint box in each collection. They come into their own, grouped together in this stunning setting. Don't they just? But again, you know, if I was doing saturated red, would I put in a pop of blue to... And what the blue does is it intensifies the redness and the heat of everything else. It's such a clever trick. Such a clever trick. Hi, Stuart. Are Kaffe's quilts suitable for beginners? I'm thinking about the first one you showed, or am I running before I can walk? Pauline in Rutland. Pauline, you run, my pretty, you run. You know, never be held back. It's what I was saying earlier on. You could be a complete beginner if you're committed to what you're doing. Read the instructions carefully. Cut your fabrics carefully. Take your time. Enjoy the process. You absolutely can. I'm going to grab the quilt because I think if I'm right, it's this one, Vintage Library. Now this is, you know, a rectangle in the centre, a border around it, another border, and then some piecing. Now, what I would say is my number one tip for success in a quilt like this is you've got to make sure that that piecing fits all the way around each time. When you add your next layer, it needs to fit. So what's most important in this is an accurate 1/4 inch seam allowance. Now all you've got to do to achieve that is get some scrap fabrics, sew them together, press them, measure them. If they're not accurate, make some changes. It might be about moving your needle slightly to the right or slightly to the left. Just use the plus or the minus on the stitch width adjustment on your sewing machine. Okay. Make sure you're using a 1/4 inch foot, but again, don't rely on that. Measure your seam allowances. Sew 3 strips of fabric together, 3 2.5 inch strips of fabric together. Then measure the center band. Does it measure exactly 2 inches? If it's even slightly out, make an adjustment. You'll think, oh, it's a thread, it's 1 or 2 threads, what does that matter? If there are 30 strips of fabric sewn together across the width of your quilt, that's 30 threads. 30 threads could be this much that your quilt will be out. So even that thread will make a difference. So test, check, make little adjustments, but seriously, that's all you've got to do. Take your time, enjoy the process. Okay, now saturated red. This is a nice simple quilt because this is like a kind of medallion. You've got a central sort of star block set on point with those gorgeous blue oranges around the outside, and then these setting triangles and a couple of simple borders with cornerstones. This is very simple. This will be very easy to achieve. Big and bold, and again the most beautiful range of colours and fabrics in there. I've got to just show you, we've got 2 types of oranges. You've got the traditional orange, but I think far more importantly you've got blue oranges on pink, which is just stunning, isn't it? I love it. I love it. And then you've got those same colours reflected in this lovely floral. You've got that bold checkerboard. Beautiful feathers. There's that dazzling floral which is used for the centre of the block, and then that outer border. How yummy. A message. Hi Stuart, it's my 50th birthday today. Could you please give a shout out to my 3 wonderful children for my lovely gifts? One being a hot air balloon. Well, Michelle, first and foremost, I'm going to give you a big shout out for your happy 50th birthday. Very happy birthday to you. And also, yes, a fabulous big shout out to your 3 children for being wonderful and for spoiling you and looking after you like I'm sure you deserve. Have a wonderful day, won't you? In fact, take the month. That's what I do. Gorgeous, love saturated red. Now, last of all, we've got checkerboard of checkerboards. This is the front cover quilt. And this is a real kind of, I don't know, I think this is what Kaffe does really well, which is to take the simplest of designs and to make it wow, simply because of how he uses colour and fabric. So there it is on the front cover, checkerboard of checkerboards. And then here is the quilt. Now remember, you don't get the book with the kit. You don't need the book with the kit to make this design. You get the pattern in there. But of course, if you do want to buy the book, you can. We'll give you details of that in a second. This is 218 centimetres square, which, if I remember rightly, is that 83 inches? 218. I try to remember. This again is that kind of lovely coolness. Are we? We're going to do something on this before I even show you the fabrics. Let's do it. Do it for Michelle for her 50th birthday, if not for me. There you go, I'll take that. £20 off is £179.99. Gorgeous. Lovely range of colours. Now, you know, Yvonne, McAtamney's gorgeous quilt, blueberries and cream this morning, illustrated how beautiful a monochromatic quilt can be. A blue and white quilt, classic. Here, Kaffe's taken that same principle, one colour, many shades and tones, and created this beautiful quilt. All these lovely shades, but as Kaffe always does, greens creep in, aquas creep in, purples creep in. They all count as blue, why not? And then just for contrast, a little bit of pink here, a little bit of orange there, and then these amazing woven stripes. And these are almost like, you know, like how chambray has that different colour warp and weft? You've got that look here, so they're kind of shot stripes. Beautiful, aren't they? Absolutely stunning. There's your border fabric, and then your outer border. And your binding. Really lovely that for £179.99. It's a big quilt, 83 inches square. You get all of those fabrics in there. There is 22 different fabrics, over 11.5 metres of fabric. Really good value, plus of course the pattern. Now, can I grab Kaffe's lovely book back just for a second? I want to remind you of the details, just in case you didn't get it earlier on. Quilts in Wales. This is Kaffe Fassett's brand new book. It is absolutely beautiful. Designs inspired by a Welsh castle, and that Welsh castle happens to be Powys Castle. And inspired by the exterior, the interior, the tapestries, the gates, the doors. It's just beautiful. So many different lovely designs. This is lovely, isn't it? How the black and white background here is reflected. Now, I was looking at furniture like this in the V&A earlier on in the year and thinking, oh, what a beautiful inspiration for fabric this would be. This kind of cream on a sort of chocolate background. It's really pretty. Just everywhere you look in this book, there's so much inspiration. There's that vintage library, saturated red. Absolutely lovely. Golden squares is beautiful, isn't it? And again, it's a simple enough block, but it's that stripe. It's the stripe in the background that really makes it. It's rather lovely, stripy strips. Vivian's got in touch from South Yorkshire. Hi Stuart, I was at the Festival of Quilts on Friday. I was lucky to get expert advice on which fabric to use for the backing for my quilt from Kaffe Fassett himself. It's lovely. Very nice. We did an interview. Didn't Bex Reed do an interview with Kaffe? Look, here you go, look at this. Have we actually got the interview? When are we showing the interview? I want to see it now. Gosh, is that a checkerboard of checkerboards behind Kaffe? That gives a sense of scale, doesn't it? That's amazing. And then behind Bex, you've got Topiary, which is still my favourite. Even though it's sort of the cooler palette, but it really appeals to me. And normally I go for warm, rich, kind of autumny tones, but that is lovely. Hot frames I like. This is gorgeous, this one. I'd like to make that very simple again. Just squares, sashings, cornerstones. Very, very simple, but so effective. Jumping jacks, that's rather lovely. I wondered what that was. I thought it was Brandon's shoulder, but it's actually his leg, I think. Say, cocking his leg up, as my mum would say. Cock your leg up. That's pretty. Turquoise dream. Plums and ginger. Oh, that's yummy. Love that combination of colours. Purples, oranges, blues. I want to find Sassy Baby again. That made me giggle. Sassy Baby. You could have that as a ringtone if you like. Sassy Baby. There's the original Sassy Baby himself. Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? Yeah. Doo-loo-loo, doo-doo-doo. Oh, that's cute. Sweet baby. See, that wasn't me at all. Actually, that's not true. My mum used to tell the story about how she used to have to wake me up for feed time. I never cried. Never cried. Just happily there. And then she'd be like, come on, it's time for you to eat. All right then. I've got over that since, obviously. Great instructions throughout. All your fabric choices laid out for you there. But of course, don't be afraid to substitute. There's lots of designs in here that you could make using all manner of lovely fabrics. Do it your way. Gorgeous. Now, talking about doing things your way, let's look at John Scott Collection threads. Tell me the story. The John Scott Collection. Oh, that's pretty. Be a rainbow in someone else's cloud. That's a Maya Angelou quote, isn't it? Was that the story? Oh. Those are gorgeous colours, aren't they? Now this is dove grey. This is light sand, light peony, light wedgwood. That is a beautiful blue. This is light fern. And this is lemon. And you know what they say? When life gives you lemons, make a gin and tonic. That's it, isn't it? Beautiful. Oh, now Ben's being very bold and saying, please tell everybody, don't buy this today. Why don't buy it today, Ben? Oh, because I need to show you this. That's 52. Go back. That's 52.99. It's beautiful fabric thread collection. It's worth every penny. It's beautiful Orifil thread. You get, it's 50 weight. You get 1,300 meters, not in total, times 6. 1,300 meters, absolutely beautiful, 52.99. However, I have the garden collection from John Scott. And who hasn't dreamed of John Scott's garden? This is 6 colours. Oh, hello, lovely. Look at that. £43? It's the same amount of thread. It shouldn't be that much, should it? It should be £52.99. Yeah. Right. Oh, so basically something happened. There was an error with graphics, yeah? A big old error, and £10 was taken off by accident, and it hasn't been changed. Yeah. They said, oh, we'll change it Monday. We'll sort it out Monday. Everyone's too busy with Festival of Quilts. Hello? Everyone's too busy with Festival of Quilts to bother. So let's have it now for £43. That's awesome. Now, colour-wise, let's just have a look. So you've got 6 different reels. They're on that iconic Orifil orange base. You've got pink taffy. That's a mixture, that's a melange, a blend of different shades of pink. Pink taffy, isn't that what Americans call candy floss? Is that, no, that's cotton candy. Taffy is a different kind of sweet, isn't it? Saltwater taffy. It sounds horrible, but anyway. Then we've got, oh, thanks for this, John. Tramonto Azoagli. Thank you, good. I'll always try. Tramonto Azoagli. Yeah, he did, didn't he? This one's called Marrakesh. We've got dark turquoise. We're into familiar territory now. Dark turquoise, pale yellow, and my own particular favourite, paprika. Love that colour. It is so vibrant. Paprika. Really lovely. Now these are all 50 weight thread, which means they're perfect for piecing. However, they're far too gorgeous for piecing. I would use these for applique, but in particular I would use these for free motion machine quilting, straight line quilting with your walking foot, or decorative stitching with your walking foot, or for embroidery. Absolutely beautiful shades, really lovely, and you want to clash them. Put that pink taffy and paprika together, you know, add Marrakesh, just mix them all together. Absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? Absolutely gorgeous. Now then, grab those while you can. £43, they're going back up to £53 on Monday. It was just an error. Everyone's away at Festival of Quilts, and while everyone's at Festival of Quilts, we can grab ourselves a bargain. Now then, Ben, you wanted me to mention the... Oh, we have got some fantastic sewing machine deals on right now while Festival of Quilts is going on. They end at the end of today. One of them is this, which is the Elna Excellence 720 Pro. Now, I think what's really important about this machine is this is a sort of semi-industrial. It's all metal construction. It's strong, really strong and sturdy. It's a workhorse sewing machine. This is the kind of thing you want to be using if you make and sell bags, or you're doing a lot of like heavy duty sewing. Amazing. Isn't this the one that our Delphine Brooks has got? I think it is, isn't it? And she absolutely loves it. Amazing for free motion quilting, brilliant for construction. It doesn't have a free arm on it, okay? It doesn't mean you can't do dressmaking and trousers and bags and things like that. You just use a different method. You stitch around your curve with it on the top of the bed instead of around the bed. But just brilliant. Now you get a 5-year extended warranty. Remember, 1 year is law, 2 years is pretty standard. Brother give 3 years warranty on their machines, but Elna and Sewing Street are giving you a 5-year extended warranty. That's normally hundreds of pounds, isn't it, to extend your warranty for 5 years. You get that for free. You're also getting a free set of Metler threads, which I think a picture would be lovely to know what threads we get. But anyway, I'll just tease you and say you get a box of Metler threads included. Now, we've also got the same offer, the Metler threads and the 5-year extended warranty on the 780 Plus. Now, this is a fabulous home sewing machine. You've got an extra large throat space. You've also got, knee lift on there, extension table. You've got a big screen for choosing and adjusting your stitches. It's very, very intuitive and easy to use. Now, am I right in saying, is this the machine that Becky Alexander Frost has got? Possibly. I've certainly seen this in action on air. It's a beautiful machine, absolutely gorgeous. You're getting a 5-year extended warranty and those metal threads for free. But, I mean, the really exciting news is you're getting that amazing sewing machine for £2,789. You can take split pays. There are 5 of them, which is our maximum number, of £557.80. So you pay that, £557.80, we will send you the machine, and then you pay the rest of the payments over the next 4 months. Now here is a picture of the metal threads, thank you, silk finish, beautiful, absolutely beautiful. It's a big pack of threads, it's a lot of money's worth there. I love it. Now we've also got deals on the Brother embroidery machine. This is an absolute dazzler. I've been talking a lot with people actually the last few days about embroidery machines while I was at Festival of Quilts. I've seen some beautiful bags and clothing and quilts that combine machine embroidery with piecing, with quilting and so on. It's absolutely stunning. This is the Disney edition embroidery machine from Brother, £599 for an embroidery machine with exclusive Disney designs. I think there are 62 Disney designs, something like that. Plus there's loads and loads of other non-Disney designs on there. Plus you get a USB port in the side, so you can go online. There are literally hundreds and thousands of free designs out there for Brother embroidery machines. Fonts, frames, pictures, you name it. You can't get those Disney designs anywhere else. They have to come preloaded on a machine. You can't buy Disney embroidery designs on their own. They're included with your machine. You also get a free pack of 12 different stabilizers. So you get to experiment and try out different types of stabilizer and find the one which suits you best. I mean, all for under £600. It's an incredible deal, absolutely incredible deal. And if you've ever thought about trying machine embroidery, this is about the best entry level that I have seen. It's really cool. And Tracy Dennis was demonstrating this the other day. And just simplicity itself. The touch screen is so intuitive and you can literally see everything on there. If you want to enlarge the design, click on enlarge. You can rotate it, you can move it left, right, up and down. You can combine images as well. So you can put Disney princesses into a frame if you want. Of course, you can combine lettering to create initials, words, quilt labels as well. Absolutely brilliant, brilliant machine. And the great name of Brother too, of course. Now, another deal we've got is on the Brother sewing machine, the FS250. Superb machine, this. You get 250 stitches on your machine, including 3 alphabets, and obviously numbers, punctuation, that kind of thing. Plus, of course, you get all your utility stitches, your overedge stitch, your sort of overlock function. You also get lots of decorative stitches, heirloom stitches, embroidery stitches, all included. You can sew anything from the finest gauze and silk right through to stretch fabrics, knit, lycra, leather, PU, heavyweight denim, wool, and of course, quilt weight cottons, a breeze. Brilliant machine. You're also getting loads of freebies. Check that out on the website. It's just £399. All right, we're going to go to a break, and then when we come back, it's our last hour, and it's fabulous tools and terrific fabrics. We've got some gorgeous hemline gold. Stick around, really beautiful things coming up.
From anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street fans and Yarn Lane TV fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Oh, love it, love it. It's our last hour here on Sewing Street. Thank you for staying with me. In our last hour, we have got gorgeous notions and some beautiful fabrics as well. I'm going to start off, oh my goodness, when Hemline Gold launched this range in March, I was just bowled over by it. I did the launch, it was our birthday week, and I just thought, what a smart, chic, beautiful and covetable lot of beautiful notions for sewing. And you know, it really does enhance what you do, doesn't it, if you're working with beautiful tools. Thank you, Kat. Just brought me a lovely cup of tea. This will start off with the cutting mat, because it's a real essential, isn't it? We use it, well, I use it every time I sew. Beautiful. Now it is 23 inches by 17 inches. You've got the matte black mat with gold markings. It's really classy, it's gorgeous, absolutely beautiful. Price is great anyway, isn't it? Even if this was a bog standard green cutting mat. But the fact that it's black with gold markings just makes it really smart. It's a double-sided self-healing cutting mat. So you've got metric on one side and then you've got imperial on the other. You've also got important angle lines, and you may well have seen, if you were watching the other day when Jill Rep was doing her demos with the fabulous June Taylor products, you might lay your Shape Cut Plus on top of your Hemline Gold cutting mat, and you will sometimes line up your Shape Cut Plus, using the lines on your mat. These are really clear, really bold and accurate lines, so you can line up and make your cuts that way. And you have got angle lines on both sides, so whether you prefer metric or imperial, or whether you simply like to get, you know, absolute best use out of your cutting mat, and that really is to make sure that you turn your cutting mat and use it from kind of different angles every time you cut, you know, because most of us are making cuts in the same place over and over and over again, and we're not really using the mat to measure. But what tends to happen is we keep it kind of this way around, 0 to 23. So if we're always cutting here, we're always cutting the same part of the mat, and this can end up getting worn where the rest of our mat is hardly touched. So just make sure you move your mat along, turn it around, flip it over and get best use. Absolutely gorgeous price, and I think this is lovely because this is beautiful for men or women, isn't it? Boys or girls, really smart, really chic. Love that. Great quality, nice and thick as well. Make sure you store your cutting mat flat as well, won't you? Never prop them up against a surface like the wall or behind a door, something like that, because they will bow and warp. Now the next product that I want to show you is the Hemline Gold Multi-Mat. Now I'm a huge fan of the Multi-Mat because, you know, I, like you, often have very little space to work in. I'm working at the kitchen table or on a small work surface, and I need basically any tools that I've got out to do more than one job, if at all possible. The multi-tool is superb for that because it does so many different functions. Now this one's been well loved and well used, so I'm just going to pick all the threads off it. There we go, that looks much, much better. So first of all, let me show you from the outside. You've got this padded outer surface. This is your ironing surface. So whether you're preparing turned edge applique, starch and press applique, and you need a small firm ironing surface. Maybe you're doing foundation paper piecing and you want a little pressing surface right next to your sewing machine so that you can sew, press. Maybe just general piecing actually. This is really useful to have as an all-purpose pressing surface. If you just need a small surface, use it in half. If you need a longer surface, there's no reason not to use it open like that. Just be aware down the middle there is a slight gap. Okay, so that's our first surface. Our second tool, if you like, in the same mat is our cutting mat. So this cutting mat, again, Hemline Gold, black and gold surface, is 11 inches by 8 inches. This is a perfect size for things like cutting out your EPP, paper and fabric. What about things like doing your trimming for your foundation paper piecing? Or if you're trimming down, sizing up half square and quarter square triangles, trimming off the dog ears. Again, you can have it right next to your sewing machine, or you can have it right next to your, your armchair as you're watching TV, and you can have this there and just do a little bit of trimming down. You don't always want to be kind of chained to the sewing table. So you've got your pressing surface, you've got your cutting surface. Now then, next up I'm going to show you this piece here. Now this is a kind of non-stick, it's almost like a fuzzy felt background. So you're going to use this for things like laying out your fabric pieces. So for example, this might be units for a block, this might be a whole block, this might be elements of applique that you want to lay out in order so that they don't get blown away in a breeze, kind of held out. You know how irritating that is when you've cut out all the pieces for an applique. Or you can lay out, perhaps if you're doing piecing and you need particular colours in a particular place, the trick is lay it out on your multi-mat, take it to your sewing machine, and then you've got everything laid out there for you. So it acts almost like as a little design wall. Last of all, we've got our sort of sandpaper surface. We're going to use this as a grippy surface when we're doing things like marking the pencil diagonal for half square and quarter square triangles so that your fabric will not move. Also, if we're drawing around a template onto fabric. Lay your fabric down, lay your template on top, draw around, and your fabric will not shift while you're doing that. They're brilliant, £20, very well spent, very well spent. Now, next up, we'll do the sewing box again. This is really lovely. Again, everything matches. This is really smart. I think this would look great in my home. It's neutral, it's black and white. You've got that really smart handle which you can tuck away, but also looks really lovely lifted up as well. You've got little feet, 4 little feet on the bottom, so it's not going to mark the surface that you sit it on. And then let's delve inside. So there's a magnetic fastening on the front, so it keeps everything nice and secure. If you're traveling to workshops, classes, that kind of thing. Now inside the lid, you've got a pin cushion. You've also got an elasticated pocket for keeping things, maybe like your thimble, maybe a little pair of scissors. That elasticated top keeps everything nice and secure. Okay, you've also got a really kind of heavy duty plastic insert tray, which has got 4 compartments, kind of different sizes, that you can store things like maybe your scissors, maybe smaller things like thimble, box of pins, something like that, your needles, seam ripper, maybe a chalk triangle, or friction pens. And then inside the main body of your box, you've got a really, really good space. Really good space there. And I mean, traditionally a work box, you would keep your work in there. So maybe your EPP, your patches, your fabric would be in the bottom, and then you'd have all your tools and notions in the top. But I mean, today we tend to use these as storage for all our tools. So different ways to use it. Also, I mean, the outside is kind of themed towards sewing, but you could use this for storing other things too. You might use this for storing art materials or, you know, something like that, crochet. So that's our toolbox. Now, next up, can I grab the bobbin case? I think this is really smart. It's not a glamorous thing, but it's a really, really useful thing. It's the Hemline Gold bobbin box. Now, you can get 28 bobbins in this case. Have a look at this. And then I'll tell you why I think everybody needs at least 1 or 2 of these. So really nice sturdy outer. You've got a little hole in the top there, so you can hang it. If you have that kind of pegboard in your sewing room, you can hang it up. But if not, then just ignore that. Nice and secure fastening there at the front. And then inside, now this foam insert actually comes out, so I'm just going to lift it out for a second. So first and foremost, you could use this as a little tidy box, secure box, maybe for your best scissors. Maybe you use the insert next to it on your sewing desk to keep your bobbins in, or you keep them together. I mean, the choice is yours. But this foam insert, so your bobbins, I don't know if we've got a bobbin. Let me just grab one out of this machine. And it doesn't really matter whether you use Janome or Benina or Brother, whatever you use, your bobbin's going to fit in there. So this might be empty bobbins, this might be full bobbins. But let me tell you, when I got my Elna 680, it came with, I think I got like an extra box of bobbins. And I started off with something like 30 bobbins. Well, let me tell you, over the last 7 or 8 years, I have lost all but 2 of those bobbins. I have got 2 bobbins left. So I have one in the machine and I have one that's kind of ready to go. And oh my goodness, it frustrates me. And if only I had stored my bobbins securely and safely in a box, I would still have all of them. So I think for keeping your bobbins safe, and they are essential to using your sewing machine, it's brilliant. But also you could use this as a kind of storage. So you might have several of these. You might have one that is filled with bobbins that are pre-filled by you with maybe whites, greys, darker greys, tan or black. Yeah, so maybe your neutrals, your general piecing bobbin thread. You might have them filled, maybe you're an embroiderer, machine embroiderer. You could fill 28 bobbins with your bobbin fill that you use for your embroidery. You know, one afternoon when you don't really feel like doing anything else, just fill all your bobbins, fill your case up, and then it's ready to go. Is there anything more annoying when you're doing some sewing than running out of bobbin thread and having to unthread your machine and start threading a bobbin? I just think that's brilliant, and £3.99 very well spent. Yeah, can we do the scissors and the... Yeah, let's do these two next. So we've got scissors and we've got thread snips. These are beautiful, beautiful items. We'll do scissors first. Can I take these out, or it might take me a minute to get them out unless I really just tear them out. Oh, well, if I open them like that, you can see. Now, what's lovely about Hemline Gold is they're really committed to not using plastic packaging, including things like the little tie that holds the scissors inside. It's not plastic, it's made from paper. It's recyclable. Everything's recyclable. Those scissors are a thing of absolute beauty, aren't they? The clear handles and the gold coloured blades, I just think are absolutely divine. I can't believe they're £3.99. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. And you think about making up a lovely little sewing gift for Christmas. Now, what I do, buy a pretty mug, sewing themed if you can, but it doesn't matter if it isn't. Pop a fat quarter inside, kind of spilling out the top, and then pop in the top, pair of these scissors, some thread snips, and I don't know, maybe a little something else. You know, a little packet of biscuits and a tea bag. Lovely little gift that. So those are the scissors. Then we've also got the thread snips. So again, I'll just pop this out so you can see. Really, really beautiful. Now those snips are actually held in with this tie. I'm just going to undo that because I want to show you properly. Don't use scissors for cutting threads. It'll blunt your scissors really quickly. Use thread snips. These are gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And again, £6.99 for those. Really beautiful. Beautifully packaged. Everything's recyclable in that packaging as well. I love that. Smashing. Okay. Loads of hemline stuff on the website. Quick top tip as well, the quilting clips. Really nice. You get a pack of 30 of those for £5.89. That's amazing value. For 30, £5.89. I'd be multi-buying those. And then the magnetic pin dish as well. Can't live without mine. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, love those. Love those. Right. Design rolls. Yes. Oh, these are good. These are good. I like these. Yeah. Let me grab these. Yeah. So we've got a selection of design rolls. And in each of these, you've got, now then, is it 10 pieces? 10 strips. And what's the length on each strip? Shall I just open one out and see? Just going to grab a ruler. In fact, I'll grab a tape measure. I just want to check the length. I thought they were. So I was thinking, that's not 42 inches. These strips are actually 54 inches in length. Yeah, 54 inches in length. So they are much longer than normal jelly roll strips. They're 2.5 inches wide, but they are 54 inches in length. So great value. Now then we're going to start with the blues. We'll get to the white in a second. So your blues, you've got like a royal, a light blue, an Air Force, a teal and a deep navy. So 5 different shades of blue. You get 2 strips of each colour. And remember, they're 2.5 inches by 54 inches in length. Now, price-wise for this strip roll, what are we looking at? $14.99. $14.99. Okay, next up we've got white. Now this is really useful because you've got 10 strips, they're all solid white. So each one is just solid white. This would mix really well if you've got a nice and bright or pastel strip roll or jelly roll and you want just some contrast to make those fabrics pop. This is perfect. You get 10 2.5 inch by 54 inch strips. They're good to go. They're good to go. Okay, we've got some different colours in those strip rolls. Have a look on the website. We've got yellows, reds, greens, greys and blacks. Really nice. But let's move on. We're going to go to our 10 fat quarter mystery bundle. I do love a mystery. Love a mystery. And what you're getting here are 10 different fat quarters. Now, I've got an example of the fat quarters you might get. I mean, they all vary. So, you know, you might get some of these, you might get none of these. But they're all beautiful fat quarters from Sewing Street. Lovely little floral there. That's gorgeous. Love that. That's a moda. A little floral. That's a pretty stripe. Another floral there. See, all really useful designs. All 100% cotton. Now, normal price is $37.98, but we're going to crash the price. Let's crash it right down. Come on. Oh, lovely, $19.99. So each fat quarter, so this Moda fat quarter, this range came out this year. It's called Ladybug. This range came out this year. This is £1.99 for a fat quarter. So less than £8 a metre for Moda fabric that came out this year. Seriously? That's amazing. So we've also got, this is really cool in here, you've got a fat quarter. Now this is much bigger than a normal fat quarter, but this is like a cotton, well, almost like a cotton canvas. It's fairly lightweight though, so it'd be really nice for bag making. And again, with that sort of piece of fabric, you could actually make, well, you could make a really nice lunch bag out of that. That's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. 10 fat quarters, all designer. £1.99 per fat quarter for Moda, Riley Blake. They're all beautiful and all of them are patterned. None of them are solids. That is gorgeous. That's a bit of Lewis and Irene, I think, there, isn't it? But you see, I love the way, like, you can mix, and often we end up buying a range, don't we, or fat quarters from a range. But you see, look, there's some Lewis and Irene, and here is the Moda. Now this picks out that beautiful blue from the bluebells perfectly. So you might want to make a lovely cushion for you know, a child's bedroom, say. You could put a border, or you could put binding or piping around the cushion. Just quilt that, bind it into a cushion using that. Or you could use that for the backing. Or I might even be inclined, perhaps, to use, well, that would work really well. That would work perfectly for the backing of your cushion for less than £6. And that's 3 out of 10 fat quarters. Just brilliant. Lots of you jumping in for this now. Lots of you multi-buying as well. This is the kind of thing, if you get 2 packs, you'll get 20 mystery fat quarters. 3 packs, it's 30. Imagine having a good old rummage through all of those fat quarters. You could actually make up some different bundles out of your 20 or 30 fat quarters. You know, more variety gives you even more opportunities to mix and match those designs and really use them effectively. But also mix them with your stash. I mean, there's some really beautiful and very usable prints and fabrics in there for $19.99. Just lovely. What a great bargain for less than £20. Now that's one of the bundles that you might receive, but let's have a look at a couple more. Whoa, look at this. We've got Emily Bell from Liberty. That's Liberty as well. Are you kidding me? Liberty Fat Quarters for $1.99. That's really cute with the ladybirds and the plaid. Gorgeous. The colours in there, that beautiful coral. Love that. What about this? Bit of, is that Dan Morris digital print? I mean, that's amazing. That's a bit of Moda French General. That range has only just come out. That's gorgeous. Little hedgehogs there. Bit of Tula Pink. A bit more from French General. I mean, that's superb. $1.99 per fat quarter. You're paying less than £20 for a pack of 10 fat quarters. That's fab. Right then. We've got another mystery pack. Love these. I especially love these sort of working towards Christmas because I like to get little gifts for my sewing friends. And there's loads of goodies in here that you could split and make up different presents from. Now the value in this mystery pack is $49.99, but that is nowhere near what you're going to pay for it. Let me tell you, you're going to pay $24.99 for what's inside. Now then, let's have a look and see what or typical contents. I mean, they vary. So to start with, we've got Pretty Patchwork Squeeze Pouch. I love these. You've got your hardware to create, these little squeezy topped bags, and then you've got all of your full instructions for making that beautiful pouch. You just need to delve into your stash and grab some fabrics. You need a fat quarter, and then a 6-inch square, a 9 3/4 inch square, 4x6, a fat eighth for lining, a bit of interfacing. I mean, you don't need much, and you've got a beautiful gift. I'd give that as a gift, and I'd go into my stash. I'd sort out some lovely fabrics. I'd go in my button jar and get a few buttons, and I'd make that up as a little kit. That would be a beautiful Christmas present for somebody. And what would I have paid for that if I bought that as a kit all made up? £15, £20? That's one gift already done. Next up, is this 1/2 metre of fabric? A 1/2 metre of beautiful fabric, quilt weight cotton. That again, that plus a little pattern. That might be a little freebie pattern that you find on the internet, maybe a Japanese rice bag, plus that, and a reel of thread. There's another lovely gift. Now, what else have we got in here? We've got, the Grim Ripper. The Grim Ripper. But we need to make friends with our seam ripper, don't we? Because actually it's the secret to success. You get a core bond stitch ripper. You could give that to a friend who needs to unpick. I'm joking. Well, no, I'm probably not joking, really. This is super useful. A seam guide, a magnetic seam guide. So you fix that onto the top of your sewing machine, at a particular distance from the needle, so that you always get an accurate seam allowance. I mean, give someone the gift of accurate sewing. Love that. What about a lovely sewing pattern from Sewing Street? This is for the Japanese girl, which is from Helen Newton. I love that. Now again, if I was going to give that as a gift, I would give the pattern, but then I would delve into my stash and I would find all the bits and bobs, all the little bits that you need to create that, plus maybe 1/2 metre of Bondweb, and I'd give that as a lovely gift. I'm just thinking of one creative way that you could use your mystery pack. Now, another thing that you're getting in there is, or possibly getting in there, is this interfacing. So you've got a 1/2 metre of interfacing. Lovely for bag making. Another pattern, this is from Delphine Brooks, Eat Your Yard apron. Lovely. Really cute, that. And again, you could give that with fabrics. And then we've got a little pack of Trimmets buttons. These are baby themed. You've got little romper suits, little baby's head, a pram, a dummy or pacifier. Really cute. So value of $49.99, but you're paying just $24.99. Now that's fab. Let me pop that away and let's grab the fat quarter bag. I love good storage. This is great storage. It's the fat quarter bag. Now yours doesn't come with fat quarters in it. All right, we've put some fat quarters in to show you how it works. So, brilliant. Under a chair, under a bed, in the bottom of your wardrobe, somewhere out of the light. I mean, what's great is that this is navy blue, completely opaque. There is a window on one side. But if you put these on a shelf and you stack them several high, and the last one you can put with the window down so the navy's on top, and then you'll keep all of your fabrics protected from sunlight, which would fade them, but you're also protecting your fabrics from things like dust, which is really damaging, smells, odour, greasy smells, grease, and also things like insects, moths, maybe even mice as well. Keep them zipped up. So you've got a really nice strong zip, and then inside it's kind of suitcase style, which is really cool. And then inside you've got two dividers that divide your bag up into 3 sections. Now it's been really well thought out because those sections really divide it up for fat quarter storage. If I was to turn this around and show you what you can get inside, and that won't quite fit, so maybe I'm going to pop that in there. But this one you could kind of split and get over there. Now in total I think we've got about 65 fat quarters that you could get in that middle section. So I mean, such a lot of fabric can be stored. Now of course it's not just for fat quarters. You could fold your half yards and put them in one side, fat quarters down the middle. You could also use one side perhaps to keep things like your zips, your buttons, your notions. Again, dust free, out of the sunlight. Really fab that, isn't it? And then you've got, it's actually a double zip, which is great for access because you can just pull that one round to the middle, that one round to the middle too. And then you've got that lovely easy access. Really sturdily made as well. This was also great actually if you wanted to take things to a workshop or a class, because you could actually put your fabrics in there, rotary cutter, notions, your thread, maybe your class instructions as well in there, and then you can just take the whole thing. So this could be your workshop bag. It could also be your bag that you use for housing your current project that just keeps everything together. So for example, if you're maybe doing an English paper piecing project, you might put finished sections in one side, you might put the piece you're working on in the middle, and down the other end that might be your sort of prepared shapes, your basted shapes that are all in there ready for sewing together. Really, really useful, multi-use suitcase. Lots of you have already bought those. It's a cracking price, isn't it? $11.99. And, you know, 2 of those side by side would fit very comfortably under an armchair. If you think about under bed storage or in the bottom of your wardrobe, which is often dead space, isn't it? You know, or it just becomes somewhere that we maybe throw old shoes or something like that. And it's not a great use of space. But actually to have 2 or 3 of these across the bottom of your wardrobe with your fat quarters, your yardage, your fabric collections in, it's going to look after your investment, you know, because we all spend a lot of money buying beautiful fabrics. And then do we always store them very well? Do we store them in a way which is going to preserve that investment and the longevity? Really like that. Love the fact that it's just a lovely smart navy too. And use it for so many different things. Okay, now next up we've got a couple of June Taylor products. Can we start with Magic Wand? Magic Wand. Now I was so impressed. I've seen these wooden seam presses. Well, often they're plastic actually. Usually they're plastic. I don't know if you can see this. So what you've got, in fact I'll take it out of the box. So it's a June Taylor Magic Seam Wand. So what you've got is this really, really finely worked kind of wedge-shaped end. So what you're going to do is you're going to use that with the wedge shape down, and you're going to use that to press seams. Now this might be pressing seams open, pressing to one side. This might be the center of a pinwheel that you want to press down really, really flat. Maybe you can't use an iron because you're not near one, or because you're piecing onto batting and ironing it would distort the batting. Maybe you're using fabrics which are too delicate to iron, so you can use this. It's almost like using a clapper. Now, the one amazing tip that Jill Rep gave to me and to all of us when she was in earlier in the week is you can heat the end of this magic seam wand by holding it against the sole plate of your iron until it gets really nice and hot, and then use it to press your seam. So if you've got a particularly stubborn seam that you really need to press down flat, try that tip from Jill Rep. Hold the edge against the sole plate of your iron until it gets nice and hot, and then use it to press. I think that's a bit of a sort of magic tool that I think that deserves to be in any and every patchworkers and dressmakers toolbox. That would also be really, really useful for dressmaking, wouldn't it? There are lots of parts when you're constructing, especially something three-dimensional like a bag or a garment, when you can't actually get an iron in to iron that seam flat. So instead, use your magic seam wand. $13.99, I think it's amazing value, really worth having, really worth trying that. Now then, another product that Jill brought in from June Taylor is the Quilt Basting Spray. Now, you might have used 505 before from Odif. I've used both. Basically, they do the same job. So for quilting, what you're going to do is put your quilt batting down first. Excuse me. Then you're going to put your quilt top on top of it so that the pretty side is facing up. Then you peel back the batting, and then you're going to spray the batting or the wadding. Don't ever spray this directly onto the fabric. And you want to spray from about 12 inches away. So imagine that you were spraying your hair with hairspray. It's that sort of distance from your head. You want to do exactly the same from your quilt. What I often see is this, spraying, and you tend to get little wet splodges. That can gum up the needle. This will not gum up your needle if you use it correctly. 505 won't gum up your needle. But if you spray it from here and then go straight to your sewing machine, there's the potential. Spray it from 12 inches. You want a fine mist. Okay, it is brilliant stuff. You can also use it for embroidery. So for embroidery, place your stabilizer into an embroidery hoop, spray the adhesive onto the stabilizer, and then adhere the fabric to it. Really cool, that. Really cool. Love that. Okay, good. Yep. Okay. Okay, right, I want to show you, it's on screen only, a quilt kit for a quilt by William Morris called Moving Mountains. Morris Mountains. Morris Mountains. Moving. Just rename the quilt kit. It's called Morris Mountains. Oh, this is lovely. Now, this is like a very, very subtle version of the lavender and sage quilt from Kaffe Fassett, isn't it? It's a trip around the world on point, done in beautiful soft neutrals, greys, tans, taupes, charcoals, all from William Morris. That is really beautiful. $169.99 for that. 3 split pays if you'd like them. Really lovely. And there's a gorgeous range of William Morris neutrals, and they're really soft and gentle. greys, really soft kind of light ash. Some really lovely designs on there as well. Quite bold, some of them, but of course cut up into patchwork, really going to work beautifully. That's really lovely. Now, if you want to watch the show where that quilt was demonstrated, if you go on to YouTube, you're looking for Friday, the 19th of August, 2022. So that's just a couple of days ago, wasn't it? I like that. That's really lovely. Beginner level sewing, but I think you'll agree, not a beginner level looking quilt. Looks really stunning, doesn't it? Very nice. And you get all your fabrics for your quilt top, and I believe your binding as well. Fab. That is really lovely, isn't it? Size-wise, now that quilt, let's just have a look. It's 211 centimetres by 211. Isn't that 83 inches? I shall remember that now. 83 inches square. Gosh, I'm good. I've got a memory. It's still working for me. Oh, was it John who did it the other day? Morris Mountains. And was that demonstrated by a guest? Ah, John went through the kit, I see. Beautiful. It has got a sort of Kaffe Fassett-esque sense to it, hasn't it? I think because I've seen those two quilt kits today, there was the lavender and sage, and then what was the other one called? Bubbly. Bubbly. Bubbly baby. Love it. Lots of you with that in your baskets. It's a great quilt kit, isn't it? Really lovely, kind of mindful, but quite simple to sew. But what it's based on is laying it out correctly. Now, of course, you get a full layout diagram so that you know exactly where to place your fabrics. And all you've got to do is follow that layout diagram. Now, gorgeous. I recently did a quilt kit from Moda using a new range of fabric called Promenade, and we've got a really pretty mega bundle. Now, this would work particularly well if you combine this with some either cream or white, sort of tone on tone, white on white, or a cream on cream print, because this is really pretty, sort of shabby chic, gentle, vintage, unashamedly sort of romantic and floral. I think it's ever so pretty. You've got these large florals, then combined with little bouquets and ribbons. This lovely soft palette of peach and coral and white. There's a beautiful soft sage green in there. Love that paisley. A little bit of grey, which I think adds a lovely modern flavour to a very traditional looking range. But that little bit of grey just brings a nice modern hint to it. And you're getting 10 half metres for £67.49. So £6.74 per half metre. And that's because you're actually getting one of those half metres for free. Now, my trick is always to say, well, which one's my favourite? I'll have that one for free. I think this one's rather delicious, so I'm going to say this is the free one. But how lovely is that? This is all from Moda. This is Three Sisters Designs. And the whole range is called Promenade. It's really pretty, isn't it? Really, really nice. Now, 10 half metres, what are you going to get out of that? Well, I reckon that if you added about 2.5 metres of a solid white or a white on white or a cream, nice soft cream to that, you could probably get a good sized double bed quilt out of that. That's amazing value, isn't it? You want about, you're looking at about 7.5 to 8 meters of fabric for a double bed quilt. It depends how much you piece it. I mean, if you cut 1.5 inch strips and piece a 1 inch finished log cabin, you will need more fabric than if you sew, 8.5 inch squares together into a big patchwork, 9 patch, because much more of your fabric in the log cabin is seam allowance. Much more of it is seam allowance. But as a general rule of thumb, you should get a good sized double bed quilt out of that, plus about 2.5 meters of white on white. And that would also make it very soft, very romantic, very shabby chic, which I think is a lovely style. Really like that. Okay, next up, what would you like to look at? Bosal, yes, Bosal in our form. Now it's interesting, I've been chatting with a lot of people at the show about bag making. I've got my book Bags for Life at Festival of Quilts. And Bosal in our form is really one of my absolute hero products. If I was to say 5 hero products, one of them would be Bosal in our form. But I was saying to the ladies, you can probably just go up and ask for Bosal. And everyone will know what it is. But it's actually called In Our Form. Bosal is the company, and they make loads of different things. But this one product is so iconic, it's a bit like Cher, it now is just known as Bosal. So it's a thin foam, and this one's single-sided fusible. And you've got like a soft tricot side on one side, and that's your non-fusible side. And you can feel the difference quite easily. That's very soft, very smooth, almost like a felty layer. And then the fusible side, if you run your nail over it, it's kind of a little bit bumpy and has a very obvious sound. You can also see a little bit of shine or shimmer. That's the fusible on it. Now, if you're going for this bundle, you're going to get 2 half-meter cuts, okay? Now, each piece is 150 centimeters wide, which is really wide. It's that wide, okay? So really good size. 1/2 meter is going to make you like one really big messenger bag. I mean, several smaller bags, of course, and that's from 1/2 meter. So it's really, really good value. What you're typically going to do is fuse your outer fabrics to the fusible side and then have your lining loose inside. Now, if you want to, you can quilt in our form, so just treat it like quilt batting. So layer it up with your outer fabric on top. If you don't want the lining fabric to be quilted, then just literally fuse your outer fabric or patchwork or whatever to the fusible side, then quilt it. That tricot backing will glide through your machine really easily, whether you quilt with a walking foot or free motion. And then once that's done, kind of trim the edges off, trim it to size, and then make up your bag. You don't need to use a walking foot when you're making up the bag. You can use a regular foot. I would still recommend using a walking foot when you're quilting this, only in the same way that I'd recommend it, even for a small piece, on batting, because the fabric, it's more what your sewing machine will do, it's not the in-our form. Your sewing machine will push the fabric forward and could create wrinkles if you use a regular foot. So I'd use a walking foot for quilting. For sewing your seams, it's entirely up to you. You don't need a walking foot, you can use one if you prefer. But what it creates is a wonderful structure to bags, boxes, baskets. It means that your bags will kind of stand up for themselves without having anything inside. It's not stiff, it's not hard, it doesn't feel kind of, cumbersome. It feels softly structured, but it's a really good structure. Another tip for you, when you're sewing with it through your machine, even if you're sewing with a big bit, it's kind of like got a memory to it. So if you need to press down and fold up, you know, one part of your bag in order to get this bit through the sewing machine, do it. As soon as you let go of this, it will just spring back into shape. Okay, so if you're making, especially when you're making something three-dimensional, say you're making a box, yeah, and you've added your 3 sides and then you're adding your final side, so now you've got this big three-dimensional box. You need to flatten that right down in order to get it through your sewing machine. Don't hesitate to do that. Everything will spring back once you've done your sewing. Okay, really love it, really love it. And that's a great value pack, 2 ½ metre by 150 centimetres for £20.98. Okay, now the last thing that I have to show you is a little bit of a collaboration between Delphine Brooks and John Scott, which was for his birthday. And we have the John Scott's birthday Buddha, which I think is rather fabulous. I mean, it's a fabulous wall hanging. It's 48 inches square, and it features a seated Buddha with a kind of tree of life coming from behind the Buddha, almost acting like a halo, completely covered in rainbow hearts. I think it's a really beautiful image. You might have this in your bedroom or the conservatory. You might have this in the space where you do your yoga practice, or where you sit to meditate, or just somewhere that you like to be that's kind of serene and gentle. You know, when you go for a bit of you time. This might be in your sewing room. So what you've got there is full instructions from Delphine, really detailed instructions, including placement and quilting ideas. And then you get all the fabrics you require. So for the background of your Buddha wall hanging, you've got this gorgeous navy mottle. You've also got a beautiful batik. Love that. Then you've got a specially printed panel, and this is exclusive to us here at Sewing Street. But what you get on this panel, check out the value here. You get all these amazing printed squares, kind of all the colours of the rainbow. But you've got, well, they're kind of Indian inspired, I would say, designs. Really lovely, aren't they? It's like a great big charm pack, 60 coordinating 5 by 5 inch squares, all printed on a panel. Now, you don't need that many to make your Delphine Brooks Buddha wall hanging, but it gives you tremendous choice. And then at the end of it all, you know, you'll have some extras that you can put into your stash and use for another project. So you get all of that, plus the final thing that you get is some crystal organza, and this is in this wonderful kind of iridescent purple shot with kind of aqua. Isn't that beautiful? Looks like dragonfly wings. Stunning. Now that, I'm just going to check where you use that. I think it's over the sort of tree of life. To act as like an overlay. I think. But we'll add real dimension to your piece of work. Gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. That's the John Scott's Birthday Buddha for £54.99. Okay. That brings our morning to an end. We need to do the menu before I go and hightail it to Festival of Quilts. If you're at Festival of Quilts this afternoon, do make sure you come and say hello. I'll be wearing exactly the same clothes, so you'll be able to recognise me easily enough. We can't show you tomorrow, but I can read it to you. Okay, it'll be slightly stilted because it'll be in one ear and then out my mouth. Okay, go for it. At 8 o'clock, it's Christmas. Okay, at 9 o'clock, we've got a Moda Red Barn Christmas Starlight. With Susie Duncan. Well, I'm there for Susie Duncan. I don't know what a starlight is. Oh, that's pretty. Oh, okay. It's a quilt. It's this. That's rather lovely, isn't it? I like that. Susie Duncan's going to be doing that. One of my favourite guests. She's gorgeous. Love that. Really nice sort of sampler for Christmas. Okay. At 10 o'clock, Linking Stars Christmas quilt. And then at... that's with Rebecca Reed. And then at 11... Poinsettia wall hanging, and that's also with Susie Duncan. And then at 12 o'clock, Christmas blanket crochet along on Yarn Lane. Well, that all sounds like an awful lot of Christmas. I love it. I'll be tuning in. I'll probably be in my pyjamas, but there's nothing wrong with that. You might be in your pyjamas too. Now, I'm going to head off to Festival of Quilts. I hope I'll see you there, but if I don't, I will see you next Thursday. Take care, look after yourself and each other.